And we are live, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, draft casuals and sickos alike. The time has finally come. It's draft night, baby. Let's go. Uh, Welcome to the No Ceilings 2025 NBA Draft Live Show. We got a whole rotating cast of characters, hosts, analysts, all that good stuff. But to kick things off, I'm your host, Tyler Metcalf. Joining me, Corey Tulaba, Tyler Rucker. Fellas, what a night. Long draft cycle coming to fruition, dreams coming true. Corey, how are we hanging in there?
I'm just so stoked that the night is finally here. I mean, we talk about how long this draft cycle is. Truly, I feel like this draft cycle starts for us like around high school all-star circuit time, where we first get our in-person glimpses of guys like Cooper Flagg, like Ace Bailey. The little details that maybe help us not overreact when Ace Bailey is getting, maybe slandered for what kind of person he might be, when we've seen evidence behind the scenes like of him work in practice settings, the charisma, the how much he talks and is locked in practice. So I feel like I'm just excited that we're finally get to see where a lot of these guys end up in, I don't know, probably about 40 minutes. Cause I think that, I'll add on an extra 10 minutes since we know the first two picks where they're probably headed.
Rucker, I know we talked this morning, did a little Q&A, hung out with the fans. How are we feeling since then? Any new intel, any leanings towards where your heart is going? Any more chaos?
No, I think we're getting to a point where there's buzz all over the place. So we're trying to figure out, especially this close to the draft, like what's real. I feel like there's getting some Derek Queen maybe going top 10 vibes. I feel like that's the one I'm the most excited to kind of see, maybe New Orleans. And then, I'm still curious what happens with Utah. I feel like there's rumblings there. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of fireworks tonight because I think there's just one pick could set everything into chaos, and it's going to be really fun. I'm fascinated with a lot of these guys tonight to kind of see where they end up.
So the first two picks seem pretty locked in. Cooper Flagg, then Dylan Harper. No surprises there. Hopefully, maybe not. Who knows? But then three people we seem to be leaning towards VJ. Four seems like it's going to be Khan. Does the draft really start at 5 with Utah, and whether or not they're going Ace Bailey, Jeremiah Fears, Trey Johnson?
I think the draft starts at 3.
Okay.
I don't think anything's set in stone. I think if we've learned anything from the draft, it is a chaotic night. I don't think, yes, there's been signals as to what Philly might do. But like at the end of the day, if they feel like Ace Bailey is going to be the best player available to them, Daryl Morey is not the type of person who's going to be like, you know what? I'm going to be a nice guy and I'm going to hand that awesome player over to, team whoever, right? Like they're going to take who they think the best player is. So I still think until, we get some kind of notification in the Twitterverse that this thing is wide open. And for me personally, I still think the draft starts at 3.
Rucker?
Yeah, no, I'm right there with Corey. We've seen too many times doing no ceiling since year 1. Like we were all convinced Jabari Smith was going to be the number 1 pick to Orlando. And then all of a sudden, it's Paulo. So if anyone's going to throw a curveball, it seems like it would be Daryl Morey too. So, Ace has had one of the weirdest pre-draft process, but I also, like Corey brought up a good point. Like, I don't think it's that weird. It's what an agent is paid to do. You kind of tell them what your desire is, and then they go to work. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I still think it starts at 3, and then it just gets really interesting at 4 and 5. But, we have an idea of what we think, but we also know this is smokes and mirrors. We always see this all the time until the team's on the clock and Adam Silver makes that pick. Nothing's for sure. Maybe one, but other than that, nothing's for sure.
And this will be a spoiler-free environment throughout the night. We will be turning Shams notifications off, and we will have people behind the scenes telling us of trades and making sure that he's not ruining those picks for the network he now works for. Interesting balance there. Okay, so aside from the Ace Bailey landing spot, whether it's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, who knows? But what are some of the other storylines you guys are really fascinated to see come to fruition tonight?
I'm interested to see where Jeremiah Fears ends up.
Yeah.
I think that there are people who are super high on him, and his range can start pretty early. I mean, I think I saw somewhere that even maybe Charlotte thought that he could be a fit with LaMelo in the backcourt. We've also heard and some rumblings that if he doesn't land in a particular spot, then he might drop a little bit. So with somebody who's that talented, that exciting, and is wearing a suit that sharp, he's going to be one of the guys that I'm watching, because in the right situation, he can really be a guy who powers an offense in a big way. And in the wrong situation, maybe that offense is ground to a halt. So I'm really excited to see where he ends up. And I mean, amongst a number of other guys, personally, I'm a Queen guy. I dropped my personal board on to the public. No Ceilings Plus subscribers have had access to it all year, but cat out of the bag, I had Derek Queen at 3. So for me, we're starting to hear he might be a riser. He could fall. He could end up in the back of the lottery where he's projected. Who knows? Maybe Philly takes him at 3. That's the chaos of this night.
Rooker, how about you?
I want to see what Phoenix does at 10. I think that's the one that you hear so many different names and it's all over the place. I'm really fascinated with Colin Murray Boyles too. I think he could go all over the place as well. It's just, those are two spots you're kind of like, man, you hear a different answer from everyone. I like Murray Boyles. I've kind of bought in late, and I'm just curious to see where he finally ends up, because you ask around and it's kind of just eye of the beholder, like we talk about with Danny Wolf. Teams love him, or they're like, hey, maybe later in the first round. But I think those are the two big ones. And then obviously for Corey, I'm rooting for the Bulls. I'm rooting for these Bulls fans. I like them. I've got to know them this cycle, and I'm pulling for them to kind of go in the right direction. So it's going to be fun.
And it'll be fascinating to see which one of the 45 prospects that think they're going to the Chicago Bulls actually go to the Chicago Bulls. But Rooker, we'll see you later tonight. We're going to boot you, and instead bring on, someone way more prestigious than you. Friend of the program, the one and only Kyle Boone from CBS Sports. Kyle,
that was harsh. That was harsh. Yeah, glad to join you guys. Glad to talk some shop on Christmas Day, baby. The NBA draft, it's here. Let's go.
It's the best. So Kyle, I'm just open-ended. What are you kind of looking for, either early in this draft, middle, late? I'll let you take it wherever you get the most excited.
Yeah, so full disclosure, like right before I jumped on the stream here, I'm pulling up my DraftKings app. Like, what is the latest odds market suggesting what will transpire over the next couple hours? Because I'm fascinated, just like you guys are, especially where I think the draft really starts, which is at number 5. We'll see if Philly does anything tonight at number 3. Right now, the betting markets certainly expect that will be VJ Edgecombe. Maybe, they trade out, trade down. I don't know exactly what they're going to do. But, if it goes as expected, it's going to be Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, Con Knipple. The big mystery is what happens at number 5 for the Utah Jazz. And the betting markets right now suggest it's Jeremiah Fears, which would be a surprise as recently as like a week ago. Now it's like, okay, yeah, I can kind of see that, which would mean, of course, if it does fall that way, Trey Johnson falls out of the top 5. And then things get really interesting, chaotic. You've got, potentially Trey Johnson and Ace Bailey falling out of the top 5. So I don't know. Like I love the draft. I love the chaos with the draft. And if Jeremiah Fears ends up going top 5, then yeah, we could see some chaos. So just one quick thing I'll add here before I toss it back over to you guys. I know I'm watching the ESPN stream now, and Shams Charania kind of floated out that the Utah Jazz, who obviously hold the number 5 pick, are shopping the pick, or at least considering moving off of that pick, either moving back, moving out of it entirely. I don't know if there's any truth to that. We'll see if anything comes to fruition, but yeah, it doesn't seem like, even, as we sit here 20 minutes before the draft starts, it doesn't seem like even Utah is totally set on what it will do with that number 5 pick.
Corey, if Utah moves off that pick, do you think that's an indication that they think Philly's actually going to take Ace there? And they're like, all right, well, we kind of have a split camp anyways. Let's maybe get Brooklyn to move up and take some of those 5 first-round picks that they have and kind of replenish the stockpile a little bit.
Well, if they're planning on staying in the draft, we've seen Danny Ainge maneuver his way into the player that he really wants at the spot that he really wants while picking up some extra assets. So that seems like the type of move that could potentially be made. As far as trading out, I mean, that would be shocking. I'd be interested to see what the return is, if it's player based, if it's future asset based. You know, they do have that new mandate to that they don't want to tank anymore. Luck for them, their roster isn't good enough to compete, even if they're trying to win every game. But they do have, you know, a foundational piece in Lauri Markkanen who could help teams win games. So if he happened to be, you know, somebody who got a sidekick because they were willing to trade out of 5 entirely, then maybe, you know, we'll see that was a serious statement by Austin Ainge, and more indicative of the direction that they actually want to go in. But ultimately, I feel like they're going to keep it a number 5 pick with that many options. You know, we've talked Ace, we've talked Trey, we've talked Jeremiah Fears. Like, they have options in that spot, however the board lies. And that's assuming that Con Knippel, you know, ends up going before them. He could be another guy that ends up there. Like, they're going to have options. I think that whatever move they make, I would feel like it's going to happen while they're on the clock. But I think they're going to keep it.
Corey, if you are the GM, let's put yourself in Austin Ainge's shoes. You're picking at number 5, and the board goes as expected. Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, Con Knippel. I say as expected, according to the market right now, according to most mock drafts. What do you do at number 5 if you're making that pick? Are you trading out? Are you? I know you're high on Derek Queen. Are you just taking Derek Queen, your best available prospect? Like, what's?
Yeah, I would just take Queen. Okay. I would just take Queen. I love Derek Queen. Yeah. You know, I just think that offensively he has so many special gifts with room to grow. Like, the fact that he is not yet a 3-point shooter, but we've seen that he started to in the tournament. He was the volume was upticking a little bit, and he was hitting shots with more consistency. Always been a good free throw shooter, very comfortable shooting tough shots in the mid range. So I buy him being like a guy who's going to space the floor adequately. I think first of all, I think he's a power forward. So I just want to put that out there. If he's somebody that a team is expecting to anchor their defense, then I start understanding the defensive problems a little bit more. But I think he's nimble enough laterally with light enough feet that he's actually better guarding on the perimeter. And I think he's power forward J-Dub. That's what I think. I think he offensively, his ability to handle the ball, drive to the basket, make plays, I think he's just a guy who's going to be a super impactful player. So I've seen him win at every level. You know, every Montverde game I went to, I walked away going, you know who I think was the best player on the floor tonight? Derek Queen.
McNeely. No.
Yeah, well, sometimes. I saw Liam have 32 one game in person. But I've always been a fan, and you know, I totally get all the concerns. You know, if you were somebody who wasn't familiar and you saw his combine athletic testing, you might be frightened. But if you see how he moves on the court, but you know, in a more realistic fashion, where I think the Jazz might go, I think that I would just take Ace. You know, I 6'9" guys who can hit the kind of shots that he could hit while rebounding at a strong level, and I think showing really fun weak side shot blocking instincts. And when he locks in defensively, can really guard on the perimeter as well. Those guys don't grow on trees. He might not be 6'10" like he was listed at Rutgers, but you put shoes on him, he's close. He's got a 7-foot wingspan, and I think he's got a lot of runway. And Utah, like, has a really good coach. You know, like, I don't love their roster right now. I don't necessarily love their guards, but I think that they have some tradable pieces, and they're at the very beginning stages, and they want to be bad anyway. So give him some runway, let him make some mistakes, and, you know, try to land one of the 3-headed monster next year.
Yeah, that does, you know, that summation of what you just said about the Utah Jazz and their roster situation right now makes me think, Jeremiah Fears sure makes a lot of sense there, especially that they're trying to be bad next season. Like, and I like Jeremiah Fears a lot, but like early in his career, I'm not entirely sure he's going to be a winning player.
Point guards are bad early.
Yeah.
Darius Garland was terrible.
Of course. Yeah. Give him a long runway. Have him have, you know, a top 10 usage rate in the NBA next season. Like, just see what happens, you know? It's an interesting situation in Utah right now.
That's one of the reasons I'm still really high on Fears, is because like if he gets into a situation like a Brooklyn or even like a Washington or Utah, I think he's going to be able to kind of go out there and learn through a lot of those mistakes with some really solid coaching. And if they take the long-term view, I think there's really encouraging signs. Now, if they try and make him into a star right away and overdo it, like Corey said earlier, there's a very real world where it could get ugly, where the body doesn't develop and the shot doesn't develop. It's like, oh man. And we've seen a lot of those guys land in the wrong spot. And that's what's so tricky about the draft and projecting these guys out, is when we're ranking them, it's always in a vacuum. And then they land in a spot like, oh God, anywhere but there.
Not New Orleans.
Please no. Yes.
so I'm like, when we think of like fit, Kyle, like who are some of your favorite player and team fits in this draft? Not necessarily at the very front or even realistic, even if it's a bit of a reach in terms of draft range. But when you think of some of these prospects and teams, who are some of your favorite combinations?
Oh man. So I think the one that immediately comes to my mind is Kaman Malawach with Toronto. And that's like consistently been mocked. I feel like you look at Masai Ujiri's like draft history. He likes, kind of the raw guys who have athletic tools. They're very gifted. And he's 7'2". He's got a 7'6" wingspan, like just checks a lot of boxes. I'm not entirely sure Malawach is going to be on the board at number 9. But that one would be very interesting to me. I'll play into the Derek Queen love fest that we have going on here. And the New Orleans Pelicans at number 7 and Derek Queen, there's been some like late steam on that potentially being a fit. There's like a lot of connections there between Pelicans decision makers and Derek Queen. I kind of think I would really like that. Just like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen with Zion Williamson, but Zion is like a way above average passer, playmaker for his position. Derek Queen, of course, like the best passing, playmaking big, and maybe like truly one of the best playmakers in this draft, regardless of position. I am just like all aboard the idea of adding talent who can, like go back to Florida, the team that won the national championship, guys who have size, who can dribble, pass, and shoot. And just getting as many guys as possible who have those types of skills, like that just wins in basketball now. And yeah, like the idea of Derek Queen and Zion in New Orleans, like genuinely excites me. Queen has had like a really interesting like pre-draft process where like earlier this week, I thought he could slip out of the lottery. Now there's potential steam that he goes as high as number 7 on draft night. Like, I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but Queen with the Bulls at number 12, like that is my ideal situation.
Now we're talking.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I would be very much here for that. Of course, I'm rooting for Queen. I think if he goes to number 7, he would have, immense success. But Chicago at number 12 seems like the better fit, better situation. So yeah, that's like a couple that come to mind. Trey Johnson, to me, in Brooklyn would be the final one that I would just throw out there. I don't know if he slips to number 8. I still think he has a chance to go in the top 5. But yeah, like just, that's a situation where Cam Thomas has gotten a number of buckets during his time as a net. Trey Johnson would be like walking into a situation where he's scoring 20 points per game as a rookie potentially. So, yeah, that especially with Brooklyn, obviously right now they have 5 first-round picks. Like the talent that could potentially surround him with, like he could walk into a situation where he puts up some big numbers very early in his career. I'd be here for that.
When you're looking later in the first, I want to give you an opportunity to call your shot. Be like, why is this guy going in the 20s? This dude rocks. Like he is so much better than where he's getting mocked, where he's getting picked. Who is your guy later in the first or maybe even second round that you think is really going to outperform wherever he gets drafted?
Great question. You know what? I'm going to throw out Drake Powell. I feel like there's a lot of people who hate on Drake Powell for whatever reason. Corey, what's up, man? Come at me. Come at me. I love Drake Powell as a prospect. And, I think he probably goes somewhere in the 20s. I think that's probably like the area that I would take him to. Like, I'm not like, oh, actually Drake Powell's a top 5 prospect in this class, but I think he could present like real value for someone in the 20s because this is a guy who, checks a lot of boxes with his physical frame. He was really, really strong in spurts as a defensive prospect at North Carolina last season. And just like his energy and enthusiasm on that end is something that I think you can build around as a prospect. Like the momentum with him on that end of the floor is going to present value. And then, you know, the peripherals of his profile, where he showed some promise as a catch and shoot weapon, someone who, you know, I think in the NBA, he's not going to be like a first or even the second option. But if you can ask him to knock down catch and shoot opportunities, make corner threes, and also provide defense as a defensive wing stopper who provides instant energy and occasional microwave scoring, that's the exact profile that I'm willing to bet on in the 20s. So, yeah, like again, I don't think Drake Powell is like a, you know, top 5 prospect in this class or anything, but I think among players who could go in the 20s, who people are maybe sleeping on a little bit, I really believe in Drake Powell, the prospect, Drake Powell, the player. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about him and curious to see where he lands tonight or tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, Corey, why do you hate Drake Powell?
Yeah, what's up?
I've just seen him struggle to dribble a basketball so many times, which
It's tough.
Let's see if you can make this case without bringing up the high school state championship.
That was good. It's on YouTube for anybody who wants to head over there, you know, and get a couple of minutes in before the draft starts. No, don't leave our stream. You know what? I love him defensively. I really do. I think, you know, the way that he guards is really impressive. He's long, he's athletic. I think his rotations are really crisp. You know, that was a pretty chaotic situation he was in North Carolina, and not ideal since, you know, they had 3 on-ball guys who were like 5'11". So he had to do a lot of heavy lifting on that end on the wing. But I just think his offense is so raw. I think that the spot that he feels most comfortable in the mid-range is not a shot he's going to get to a lot in the NBA. And there are just games where I feel like he floats, like where you just go, hey, is that guy on the floor? And maybe that is because of how many on-ball guards who just like to go one-on-one with North Carolina. But again, I felt that way in high school too. I just felt like he disappeared. I felt like he's got a little bit of Patrick Williams in him. And maybe I'm just a hurt Bulls fan who falls for these toolsy athletic wings, Dalen Terry. But you know, I think that he is, if you have multiple picks, like if you're Brooklyn and you have multiple picks, like 5, take a shot on him, right? Like he's going to be a guy who comes in, works hard, sets a tone, plays defense, is not going to compete with potentially Trey Johnson's shot diet if he ends up there. But if you're a team with 1 pick and you're like, we need to knock this out of the park, you know, we need a cheap player who is going to be able to contribute. That's not my bag. I don't think he's there. And, you know, to me, again, like he feels like one of these, like, I don't know, like a Keon Johnson. Like it's going to take a couple of stops for him to find somewhere where he may ultimately end up thriving. But I'm rooting for him because I do like the tools a lot. I just need to see a little more dog out of him.
Kyle, just to kind of wrap up here, we talked about some potential risers, some potential fallers, but aside from Fears, Trey, Ace, Queen, who is one guy that you think could be at risk tonight of falling below where the general range of where they're getting mocked, and one guy who could go a lot earlier?
Yeah, so I'm going to say this tongue in cheek as an Oklahoman. Starting to hear Cedric Coward could slip out of the lottery. Oh, maybe go to 15. Oh, that'd be tough. I really just like, we talked about like amazing prospect team fits. Cedric Coward just seems like the consummate Oklahoma City Thunderite. So I don't know exactly where he's going to go, but I think probably like, you know, 12 to 16 range makes some sense.
You know, Kyle, I saw Cedric work out in LA about a month and a half ago, and he just so happened to be wearing a shirt from the aforementioned Oklahoma City Thunder in the gym at LMU. It looked pretty natural on him. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just saying, and he's got just this affable personality too. Like Derek Queen comes to mind as like big personalities in this class, like just guys who you want to root for. Cedric Howard's kind of in that bunch too, where that Oklahoma City Thunder team, like they all just kind of love each other. They're super young, like Gen Xers who, just for whatever reason, they're very cohesive. Cedric could just like come in and be one of the boys. Of course, he'd be one of the older boys on that team, but he could still come in and be one of the boys. So I'm interested to see like where he goes, and I'm secretly hoping and maybe floating out that maybe we can get him to slip out of the lottery. Now I'm curious to see where Asinge goes tonight too, guys. And I don't know what you guys have talked about already with him, but this is a guy who very toolsy, big frame, could go top 10. I don't even know like what to expect. I think Toronto would make some sense at number 9. Just someone who's, again, we go back to the common mile watch thing, very toolsy, someone who checks a lot of boxes for what Masai Ujiri looks like in prospects. Yeah, but like, I don't know where the fit would be exactly there. So I could see him like going higher than expected. And also I could see him slipping a little further than expected. I will admit that I've been kind of engrossed in the Asinge hype train as well. And I'm curious to see how much of that is real and how much of it is not. Because I think there's probably a lot of teams that are really interested in him, but do they pull the trigger in the top 10, like late in the lottery, outside the lottery? I don't know exactly where that would go. What's your read on that, Corey, on like where you think he goes and potential fit for him?
Yeah, I mean, we have heard obviously the Toronto stuff, and like you said, it does fit the type of player that Masai values. And you can talk about how there's so many on the roster. What's the fit like there? But it seems like Masai doesn't care. He just likes what he likes. Similar to how OKC was like, all right, we're gonna draft Topic. It doesn't. We have 1 million guards, and he needs the ball. We like dribble, pass, shoot. Guys who are talented. So if they think he's talented, they'll take him regardless of the fit, right?
Job security, baby. Job security.
Yeah, you could do what you do.
Yep.
There's been a little bit of buzz to Chicago, but their front office is pretty tight-lipped a lot of the times. Sometimes it could be obvious, like if there's a player who was born in the Chicago area and also happens to be Lithuanian, that you can make a guess on whether or not they're going to take them. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's up in the air too. He obviously had a really great season. He's super young and he measured really well. I mean, I think he grew like over an inch from the time he was measured at Basketball Without Borders to, the combine. So maybe he's still growing, so now you're looking at a kid who's 6'10". I think barefoot? He was 6'10", right?
6'11" barefoot, I believe, or maybe in 6'11" with shoes.
I think it's 6'10".
Yeah, 6'10" barefoot. So like, if this, maybe he grows another inch. Maybe he ends up being like a 7-footer, right? And now all of a sudden, we're talking about a pretty special kind of prospect. So, but he does have some legit questions as far as what he could do on the court. So, but that's what you love about the draft. It's the idea. It's the hope. It's the pretty girl across the bar that you want to take home and marry, and then once you get to live with them, you start to see what they're really like.
I can't wait.
Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. It looks like this thing's about to get kicked off here shortly. Please just tell everyone in the stream where they can find your stuff and how they can support you.
Oh, I think people know. Follow me on Twitter, I guess. I don't really post that much over there, but we have some stuff cooking on CBSSports.com. I'll have a projected second round mock overnight after the first round tonight. So that's what I'll be up to this evening. Guys, thanks for letting me crash your stream. You didn't ask me to come on here. I literally messaged you, like bombarded you, like, hey, let's talk some shop before this starts. So thank you for indulging me. It's fun to talk some shop with you guys. And I hope you guys enjoy the night. This is the specialist time of the year, the most special time of the year. This is what we work for. I'm so excited to see where these players end up, and hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. See you
Thanks
guys.
for coming by, dude.
You got it.
And replacing him, the one and only Nathan Grubel. Nathan, how we doing?
What's up, guys? How we feeling?
Excited? Confused?
Hey!
Concerned?
Quite literally all the emotions for this. For everyone on the stream, I do want to thank Kyle for stopping by. That was an incredible 20 minutes that Corey Metcalf got to spend with him. Certainly thank you to him for all the support. And I'm ready to rock and roll, guys. This thing's going to get wild in a hurry. I have a feeling. So
Okay,
we're
so I
starting to
mean,
hear some rumblings about Philly at 3.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, feel free to build on that.
There's been some very, very nice rumblings out there that Philadelphia might actually be looking to trade down in the last few minutes here and get off that pick. What that means, how far they could trade down, remains to be seen. But I mean, Metcalf, we've talked about, Washington as a trade partner. We've talked about New Orleans, Brooklyn. New Orleans probably has been the most popular trade partner we've discussed for Philadelphia, just because, if the Pelicans are willing to part with a player like Herb Jones, that certainly fills a lot of needs for Philadelphia in the short term, not to mention they go back to 7 and they likely get a player who they could have a similar grade on, someone who they take 3, 4, 5, 6. So that could certainly be a popular one. Brooklyn's got 5 picks that they can consolidate, as we all know, to get in some action. So what do you guys think? Like if you were in Philadelphia's position at this point with a few minutes left, would you entertain a trade down scenario, or are you just sold on the work that you've probably done all weekend, all process leading up to this point? You just want to take somebody at 3.
The price has got to be right, dude. It's all going to come down to the right price.
It depends, which is
Yeah.
worse.
This is a perfect answer. Here's a wild card. Oklahoma City's got a bunch of picks, and they've been rumored to want to trade into the top 10. How crazy would that be?
That would be too far for me, unless they're throwing in a ton of futures. From
They
other
got
teams.
them.
Yeah,
They
no,
got them.
I know, but man, that is.
I just want to call my shot. Just the way, if it happens, I look like a total genius. So
Just think about the mic drop for Oklahoma City to win the title. And we've been talking about them trading up in a draft for like 3 years now. And they choose at this moment, oh, by the way, we just won a title. Screw you guys. We're going to trade up and take a blue chip prospect just after we won the title to add to our rich collection of assets. Like that would be the ultimate mic drop by Oklahoma City.
Man, that'd be
I wanna
such a far trade down for Philly, though.
I just wanted to shout out Simon Rath in the chat for saying it's nice for me to be here for the draft. You guys know that I missed the draft quite a bit since I started at No Ceilings, but it's nice that
you've
to
always
be
been
here.
on leave during this time, and
yeah.
Thank you for your service and all that.
Of course, yeah. You have to tell me that. You're
I have
welcome.
to. It's in your contract.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Steven, since this is your first draft doing the stream with us, right?
I think it's my second,
Second,
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. We can call it my first if that makes the show better.
we'll edit that out in post. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Who are you most excited to see where they go tonight?
Derek Queen, man. Corey was on here. He has him way higher than me at 3. I only have him at 4, but I still like him a lot. And I'm excited to see where he goes. That Intel mock we did was like a stab in my heart to see how bad it could possibly get for him. But it's realistic.
It's a nightmare. And it's like some of the intel we were getting, it's like, and then when you try and think about fit with some of these guys, because like on those mocks, we don't factor in potential trades or anything like that. But at some point with these guys, it's like someone's gonna move up for him if they keep falling this far, right? But I mean, we saw it last year with Jared McCain falling out of the lottery. So it happens every year. It's just who's it going to be? And then last night when we were tinkering with the mock, is like, oh wait, could Trey now fall down to 8, 9, 10 out of the top 10? It's like it gets really slippery really quick, especially when we look at some of these teams and we're like, oh no, they're locked in. But okay, if that guy falls to them, now does their entire plan and all of the reporting and intel that went along with it totally go out the window?
Hey guys, breaking news. Dallas is on the clock. Do you guys want to talk about what their potential options could be here with the number 1 pick?
Gee, I wonder who they're going to take. I really wonder, as if we haven't talked about him enough.
In my opinion, he's the most disrespected player in this class because we all just agree that he's awesome, and then we go to talk about literally anybody else but Cooper Flagg.
That's a completely fair point, Steven. But I think we are all excited to see Cooper Flagg in Dallas. I'm curious how much do they try to put the ball in Cooper's hands, Metcalf, out of the gate? Like, how much do you think they try and push towards the rookie? Because we know that with Kyrie out, they may make a move for another guard. They got PJ Washington's salary right there. Maybe they go try to get like a mid-tier type of replacement. Maybe they can convince someone. I think they have some sort of would it be a non-tax? No, they wouldn't have a non-tax payer, but they have some sort of like $5 million something salary they can throw out there for like a D'Angelo Russell thing that's been talked about. But like we did see Cooper handle the ball a lot at Duke, whether it was bringing the ball up the floor or coming off of another action and initiating some offense for his teammates. Is that something that you would maybe look to experiment with a little bit? Like how much do you think Cooper can handle right out of the gate?
Yeah, and that's what one of the things that Jam and I talked about when we did the lottery preview pieces over at NoCeilingsNBA.com, go check it out, was like, what type of offensive role is he going to have? Because Kyrie Irving's going to miss a lot of time, and it's not like Klay Thompson's running out there playing point. And I kind of like the idea of him playing that pseudo point guard role, not necessarily initiating everything, but kind of giving him a lot of those offensive creation responsibilities early on to learn. We saw how quickly he's absorbed and absorbed information and improved on his skill set just over the last year, 2 years, 3 years. And you look back at his junior year in high school, it's a totally different player. Yeah. So the fact that that his development has been that accelerated is really encouraging. And I'd be really tempted to just kind of throw him into the fire just to see what happens, because if they stay healthy, they'll be a playoff team. You know, they'll be in that conversation. They have enough, and defensively, they're going to be awesome with Lively, Gafford, Anthony Davis, Cooper Flagg. Like they got some real size, length, and versatility on the defensive end. And if you're winning games, like ugly games, and you're kind of allowed to, or given the opportunity to give him those early reps to play through some of those struggles, to really like aggressively learn the speed and the physicality and the windows in the NBA game. It might be ugly early, but I think in the long run, and by long run, I mean like April, it could pay a ton of dividends.
I think
100%.
too, to tack on to what Metcalf is saying, it's like, what other options offensively are they going to have? Do they want to run the entire offense through Anthony Davis, who we know is probably going to miss like 20 to 30 games if history tells us anything? So they kind of don't have a lot of other go-to options. So this is like the perfect time for him to come in. And everyone's going to understand too, right, that he's a rookie, that he's adjusting to the game, the speed of the game and the concepts, all of that jazz. I think, though, that it's like also just kind of like the best situation for him to grow as an offensive player with Dallas while also helping to bolster that strong defense that Metcalf was just talking about.
Now, it looks like the pick is in. We expect it to be Cooper Flagg. Every indication is that it's Cooper Flagg. Again, for those just hopping in, we will not be spoiling picks. We'll be turning Shams notifications off. If there's a trade, someone behind the scenes will shoot us a message. We'll update it then, but no spoiling picks from us or anyone in the chat. If it is Cooper and they just went from trading one of the best prospects in the last 20 years in Luka to now getting what in my mind is the best college emphasis on college prospect since Anthony Davis, am I being hyperbolic there?
No, absolutely not. I think when you run through that exercise, the name you're going to come to at that point would be Zion. Mm-hmm. And I do think that Cooper's been a more complete player at Duke as a prospect. And I love Zion. I love Zion, that pre-draft process leading into that season. Like Zion is one of my favorite prospects that I've ever evaluated. But Cooper, I just think what he did at his age from start to finish, I would think the separator for him was that he became such a much improved jump shooter as the season progressed. I mean, there were points where, 38, 40+% from 3-point range, even hitting 3-point shots off the dribble. Like those were things that we did not expect from him at all. We thought he'd get busy in the mid range, but if he could even be just like a 35, 36% guy off the catch, like from the wings and from the corners in college, I think we would have been very happy with that result. The fact that he transformed into someone who would dribble the ball up and just nail a jumper from above the break in your face from 3-point range. I mean, like I didn't expect that to happen. So I think that, that's certainly something that gives him an edge.
And as the sound obviously tells us, the pick is officially in. Adam Silver at the podium. Congratulations. Cooper Flagg, number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft, headed to Dallas. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to kind of get over how lucky the Mavs were in with those lottery balls and how it just totally reshaped their fandom and the outlook on this team. But as you can see on the screen, some of Cooper's numbers, it's just bonkers.
Ridiculous.
The level of production combined with the versatility, it's really special stuff.
Yeah, and what stood out to me, and what still stands out to me, Metcalf, is that we talked about the in-season improvements with Cooper Flagg. That's what stood out. I think so many people knew that this guy was a defensive prodigy, but the offense was going to be the thing that we called into question as he was growing in college basketball. We knew that Tyrese Proctor theoretically is a point guard, but he got moved to be the de facto shooting guard at Duke, giving Cooper Flagg free reign to grow throughout the entire season. That's what impresses me the most about Cooper Flagg, is that the continuous in-season improvements. You hardly ever see a prospect do anything remotely close to what we saw Cooper Flagg do. And then whenever he started scoring, we were talking about him like, he's kind of a scorer, not really a shooter. Look on the graphic. My man averaged almost 39% from three-point range the entire year on good free throw percentage, good touch around the basket, good feel for the game and passing as well. I mean, Metcalf and Nathan, you guys summarized it best, that it's like, this is one of the legit best college prospects that we've ever seen. And that's why the NBA people that we talk to are so enthusiastic about him finally coming over.
Well, he's going to be a top 50 player, most likely entering the NBA as a rookie, which is frightening because we can see once you get rolling and once you find your groove, you can ascend up that ranking even further in a hurry. And I listen, I don't know what Cooper's going to look like in year 2 and year 3, but that Southwest division has all of a sudden become the league pass hotbed for all of us as NBA appreciators and evaluators. You got Dallas, you have San Antonio with Victor Wembanyama and the noise that they're about to make on the clock. And you have the Houston Rockets just trading for Kevin Durant on top of all the young talent that they have. And we'll see what teams like New Orleans and Memphis do. But that Texas 3-step, I mean, that's going to be one of the best races we have in the NBA next year.
And thank God the Western Conference just got even better.
It was looking rough.
They
Rough
were really struggling there. And, speaking of the Western Conference getting better, the San Antonio Spurs with the number 2 pick on the clock, looking to add someone who would probably be the number 1 pick in a lot of other drafts. Seems like it's going to be Dylan Harper. Where are you guys at with Dylan's upside potential and just kind of his overall fit with the Spurs going forward?
I think the fit's going to be interesting. I don't think that it's impossible. If you look at what the finals showed us, is that you have to have a good guard rotation. And whenever we first found out that the Spurs were going to be picking second, and then we just by process of elimination of who's the best player, we started having conversations about why this fit might not be the cleanest in the world. I think that it's good for him to be playing off of other guards. I think that he's got the size, the under-discussed and underrated athleticism, and the natural feel for the game, to where he played off of another premier prospect at Rutgers seemingly fine and actually showed that he was capable of shining with and without the ball, right? So I think that it kind of got overblown a little bit, in my opinion, about him and his fit with San Antonio. But if you're the Spurs, in my opinion, I don't know, Nathan, how you feel about this, but you just got to get the best talent available to play with Victor Wembanyama.
What have we talked about time and time again throughout these playoffs? That every opportunity you have to put multiple legitimate ball handlers on the floor who can break down, dissect the defense, make that next pass, and create their own shot, the more guys you have on the floor in that mold, the better off you are. And I understand, De'Aaron Fox has never been an awesome catch and shoot guy in his career. Stephon Castle was 31% on catch and shoot looks for 3-point range last year. There has to be some sort of tug and pull there in terms of one of those guys likely has to improve as a catch and shoot guy if you're going to play all 3 of them together offensively.
Harper was better off the catch this year than off the bounce in terms of shooting.
Exactly. So he can be one of those guys that certainly evens out that trio. But I think when you look at what they can do defensively, Stephon Castle can slide up and guard threes. I wouldn't rule out Dylan Harper being able to guard multiple positions on the perimeter as well. And then offensively, those 3 working in transition with Victor Wembanyama as the trailer, and you put another shooter out there at the forward spot, whether it's, someone like a Keldon Johnson or a Julian Champagnie, or if Jeremy Sohan's improved 3-point shot comes around and he really becomes an asset for them off the bench or potentially as a starting forward, like there's still a lot of utility that you get from rostering all of those guys together. And even if you do have to make a move down the road and you move to only 2 out of the 3 of those guys being on the roster, that doesn't mean you don't take Dylan Harper now, because I did not see anything throughout the season, guys, that would allow me to take another player before Dylan Harper at this point in the draft. To me, he was the clear-cut number 2 prospect all the way through the season.
And the common refrain throughout, or since the lottery, is the Spurs aren't going to be planning on picking this high again in a very long time. So if you have the opportunity to take this type of swing, you have to do it, and you figure out the fit later, because great basketball players, great talents, they figure it out. And if they don't, then maybe they never would have, and they weren't worth it anyways. But we all are under the impression that Castle, Fox, Harper, they're all incredibly talented players, really smart players too, who all have that versatility and the upside to make it work.
Pick is in, fellas. Adam Silver's up to the stage.
We would all assume.
Yep.
Cedric Coward. That'd be a twist.
Andre,
Right, there it is.
Dylan Harper.
No surprises.
Yep. This draft is chalk, guys.
All right, guys, we're 2 for 2. Everyone clap now. Everyone clap now.
Yeah, we know our stuff. Whatever.
We have all of the intel.
So Metcalf, I got a question for you,
Yeah.
because I know you're a big film breakdown analysis guy. What does the pairing between Harper and Victor Wembanyama look like in its highest form, in its highest capacity?
Just an insane 2-man game, because if Victor's outside shot continues to become more and more of a weapon, and defenses have to respect it more, it's going to open up driving lanes even more for Dylan Harper. He's already a menace getting downhill. He was already insane getting to and finishing at the rim with that horrible Rutgers spacing this year. And now think about it surrounding him with NBA shooters in a 5-out system. And if the other team is playing like a more of a traditional center against Wemby, and he's shooting 36, 37, 38% from 3, just a simple high pick and roll with those two is going to be a nightmare for defenses to deal with. But obviously then that factors in the other 3 guys on the court, and they have to still find shooting elsewhere. I'm still super high on Steph Castle, but he has kind of a similar downhill game as Dylan, and given Dylan's off-ball shooting numbers and how much better and comfortable and consistent he was off the catch this year, I think early on you can even just spot him up and give him those opportunities to play off of the Fox, Wemby, Castle, Wemby 2-man game, and then allow him to attack that gap coverage and those rotating defenses to get him even cleaner looks getting downhill, and then also unlocking that secondary playmaking in this game. I think there's some really fun. I know, theoretically, we just talked about the fit because because Harper, Fox, Castle are all a little similar. But when you think about the feel, the rim pressure, and the playmaking that all 3 of those guys have, they're going to be able to run a lot of really fun stuff.
And you can stagger their minutes too, right? You don't have to play all 3 of those guys together. You have other guys in the roster, like I was talking about, Keldon Johnson, Devin Vassell. You still have Harrison Barnes, Julian Champagnie. You have guys who can space the floor for all of them. And then, like you were talking about, Metcalf, Victor himself is his own spacer, right? He is a legitimate stretch 5 who you can play a lot of that 5-out action. And all of a sudden you're opening up the floor for Harper, who didn't have nearly as much space to work with in college at Rutgers as he's going to have now in the NBA. So if you thought he was a good driver in college, just wait to see what he's going to be able to do on an NBA floor with that level of spacing.
It's so much fun how quickly and powerful and aggressively he changes direction in those really tight areas. He's so much fun. Sorry, Steven, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the only thing I'm looking forward to with that 2-man game is Wemby rejecting a handoff to Harper and then just sprinting downhill for a dunk. That's just going to be, I'm going to lose my mind. It's going to be amazing.
All right. Anything else on Dylan Harper and the Spurs, or you guys want to?
We can do this all day, man. Let's keep going.
About Philly.
No, I think unfortunately it's time to talk about the Philadelphia 76ers.
Rip the Band-Aid off,
chaos.
Nathan. Tell me what your boys are doing.
So what I think they're going to do and what I would want them to do are 2 different things. What we all think is going to happen if they keep this pick is it's going to be VJ Edgecombe, which is a bad pick, right? He's certainly a high character athlete out of Baylor, 6'4" guard, has enough length and the ability to cover enough ground to play on the wing, defend multiple positions. He's going to create his own offense in terms of the transition game, right? Like he's going to be able to create deflections, get steals, and then get himself going in transition as well as cut to the basket. He'll find different ways to score even if his jump shot isn't falling, although the more people you talk to, the more people seem to be comfortable with a spot up three-point shot right away in the NBA. So I get it. He has some on-ball concerns, but you look at just, again, that combination of what he can be tomorrow and what he can be 3 years from now, that gives Daryl Morey enough reason to be able to think about short-term with Joel Embiid, with Paul George, with Tyrese Maxey, and then long-term, how does he play off of Maxey, Jared McCain, Justin Edwards, Adem Bona, and some of these other young guys they have in the mix. What I would want the 76ers to do is take Con Knipple out of Duke. Con Knipple ended up being the number 3 player on my board. I was having a conversation with someone earlier today, and they were asking me, why would you take Con over a VJ or an Ace? Con's just, there's no nonsense with him, right? You know exactly what you're getting from Con Knipple. He's a high-level processor on the floor, career 43% three-point shooter going back to including his high school days, someone who can make any sort of jump shot that you want him to, strong 2-foot finisher around the basket, can pull up in the mid-range, can run a second side pick and roll, can certainly hit ahead guys in transition. And then defensively, he was one of the more technically sound defensive players that we're going to evaluate near the top of this draft. And look, the best perimeter guys are going to be able to go by him at different points in the NBA. Like, that's not a shock to anyone in the half court, but you're going to have to get by him because you can't necessarily go through him as easily as some of these other guys that we're projecting in the top, like a VJ or a Trey Johnson or somebody in that mix. So as long as he's able to hold up enough defensively, which I believe that he will, I think the offensive value that he's going to return, just in the sense of, you know, working with the rest of his teammates around him and being a complimentary glue guy, I can do whatever the team needs me to do. That's what I would do at number 3.
Steven?
I don't want to go too much because the pick is in, and if you're watching ESPN, they're flashing a little bit back and forth between VJ and Ace. This is hard to nail down, dude. This is really incredibly hard to nail down. If I'm going based off the faces that we're seeing on ESPN, I have a hard time with Daryl Morey passing up on an Ace Bailey. I know that the reviews on him recently. Go ahead.
I'm not tipping anything specific. I'm not playing spoiler. What I saw was one of my favorite anonymous Twitter tipsters did say if Philly keeps his pick, they're going to take Ace Bailey. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it wouldn't shock any of us though, right? If they stood pat and took Ace.
I know.
I Corey, I had a feeling you were going to.
That's amazing.
I forgot we had that video.
It looks like you got cut off. I think this makes sense just real quick, guys, because we've played this game before. Daryl Morey hunts stars and highly touted recruits. Ace Bailey was as high as you got coming into the season. I wouldn't be surprised if it is Ace.
It's the biggest upside swing. I like the fit too.
VJ. All right.
VJ.
So no surprises so far. We're 3 for 3, everyone.
ESPN took a little bit of shade.
The anonymous tipster was full of shit. That's right.
Whoa, language.
Language.
Stuff.
Jesus.
Full of things.
Family show. Okay. This is kind of the route we thought they were going. They seem to keep their cards close to the chest without totally tipping off. And a lot of that was to obviously maintain value at that pick. But the general consensus seemed to be pointing in this direction. And they clearly weren't able to get the price that they wanted for a top 3 pick, which, given Daryl Morey's past, I'm assuming was rather high. Steven, how do we feel about VJ?
I mean, I still like him as a top 5 dude. Like, I genuinely do. And I always feel like I'm in a tough spot when I answer this question just because I wouldn't draft him 3rd. Like, if I'm picking 3rd, I'm going for the guy who I believe has the highest upside. And I just don't think that that's VJ. But I know Philadelphia is in a unique position because they already have their stars on this team. He could come in and play a heck of a role right off of the rip as an impact defensive guy, a menace on the glass. He showed that he is capable of shooting at different points throughout his career. He's a great cutter, a great hustle guy. He's going to be in the NBA for freaking ever. If he can. But here's the thing I'll say. I did a piece on him projecting his offense. He is already at a better spot in his young career shooting the ball as a lot of other like defensive-minded role-playing players. So if you're looking and squinting and looking for superstar upside with him, you can see it just because of how far along he is in his jumper already at his age. It's just going to take him threading a few needles with his thread on offense to make it, come out to be its highest end outcome.
And if you're looking for superstar tape on him, you don't have to go back that far. And if you just go back to last summer when he was playing with the Bahamas with DeAndre Ayton and Buddy Hield and Eric Gordon, there were games and long stretches where he looked like the best player by far out on the court, and he was putting up 20 and 5 and 5. He was incredible in those Olympic qualifying games. So I have a lot of concerns about the handle and the passing and it'd be cool if he shot over 44% on layups.
Finishing,
I think that's an important skill to have. But you look at the defense, you look at the athletic tools, and then you look at the intangibles in terms of work ethic and character, and who he is as a person. And it's really, really tough to bet against him figuring it out. And like you said, whether it's superstar or just an awesome starter, he's going to be in the league for a really, really long time.
That's the biggest thing, Metcalf, is I listened to an excellent interview done by the PHLY guys. Shout out to Kyle Newbeck, Derek Bonner, the guys over there. They had Coach Scott Drew on, and Scott said, obviously you're going to have a coach talk up their player at any point, any chance they get in an interview like that. But like you could just tell the genuineness that came across from Scott during that interview, and when he was talking about the type of person that VJ is, how he's family first, God first. He is the type of hard worker you would want to see in a professional environment, the type of person that you want to bet on to become better than he is tomorrow, better than he is a year from now, 2 years from now, and you need those kind of high character guys to build the right type of culture that's expected to go out there and win a lot of NBA games. You've seen the 76ers go that direction with Tyrese Maxey. By all accounts, we saw that type of worker in Jared McCain last year, someone who could come in right away. Justin Edwards, I think, surprised a lot of people in relation to where we thought he ended his season last year or 2 years ago versus where he ended the season as a 76er. I think a lot of that is a testament to the type of hard work and the type of character that he has to come from the situation to where he dropped all the way out from being a projected number 1 pick at one point to becoming the type of impact rookie that he was and a potential rotation player down the line. Those are the types of guys that Philly's looking to bring in, and I can't disagree with that whatsoever, which is why I'm not mad about the VJ Edgecombe pick. I know I talked up Con Knipple, but VJ was right there, number 4 on my board, right behind Con. So I think Philadelphia 76ers fans should be incredibly happy that VJ is the pick, that they stuck to their guns and they took their guy at number 3.
Yeah, I just feel like the floor with him is so high. But you mentioned Con Knipple. Are we thinking he's here to Charlotte at 4? We knew that they were really, really wanted VJ, and I'm assuming that their infatuation with him also raised the price for Philly. Do we think Con is the pick here? There are also some rumblings that they were trying to trade back if they couldn't get VJ. Steven, where are we thinking they had?
If they stay, I would like them to go to Con route. We've talked about this within our, war room settings and stuff like that. Charlotte should just look to go away from these developmental guys that could be still on the board and get a guy. Look, I know Con isn't a finished project. He still has a ceiling to a certain extent, but in terms of immediate impact skill that he's bringing this year as a rookie, I feel like he's one of the safer bets that you can go with as well. So I think that he can space the floor, open up driving lanes for LaMelo Ball. If he decides that he still wants to be a Hornet, he can make Brandon Miller's job a lot easier driving to the basket. He's a great passer as well. We saw him take on the Cooper Flag role when Coop was out with an injury. So we know that he has more to his offensive game that he was able to show playing at Duke this year. And he can throw lobs too, which bodes well for the big men that they have on their roster down there in Charlotte. So I would like them to go to Con route just because I feel like it's a professional move for an organization that just seems to I know that they have changed like front office and decision makers and stuff like that, but just historically, I mean, this team has lacked in professional decision making for a long time.
I'm glad you said it, Steven, so that I didn't have to say it. But all jokes aside, I would agree. I think Con Knipple should be the pick. I just think he fits so well in between LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller, right? Like, obviously, you're letting LaMelo Ball have the ball in his hands, and he'll get you in some advantageous positions, but he'll also get you in some disadvantageous positions. Yeah. And when that happens and the play breaks down, if you can't swing the ball over to Brandon Miller and you can swing the ball over to Con Knipple, I'd still feel pretty good about the result that could come from that offense, because Con has his head up at all times. He's always looking for other guys. If he's not shooting the ball quick, he's getting off of it quick, right? Everything about Con's game, even though he might not be the quote-unquote quickest end-to-end player himself, everything about his decision-making and what he's doing on the court in terms of passing and moving without the basketball, all of that stuff is quick. And I think quick processing now more than ever, Metcalf, we see it time and time again in the playoffs. That's what's driving a lot of these teams. They're very well connected. They all make quick decisions. They can move with the ball, move without the ball. You're getting all that with Con. You don't have to think twice about any of it. But there was some noise about Trey Johnson potentially being in play for this as well.
I think from a basketball perspective, I think Ace and Trey still make a lot of sense. But then we go back to those intangibles and the off the court stuff. Not that those guys are bad guys by any means. That's not what I'm saying. But in terms of fit and development and culture and all that kind of stuff, it just feels like Con is such an easy plug and play type guy with a ton of upside. We mentioned the shooting, but like we've been saying, he's so much more than just a shooter. He's really good at attacking closeouts, really smart passer. And once he gets you on his hip, it is impossible to get back rim side because he's so big, because he's so strong, and he plays off of 2 feet, arguably as well as anyone in this draft. But looks like the pick is in. Adam Silver walking up to the podium.
Yeah, Trey Hara on my board. I just want to put that out there. And his
Con Knipple is the pick.
All right, squad is 4.
Wonderful.
Oh,
we're off to a great start.
The right guy. Looks like we talked about the right guy for that little breakdown there right before Con. I mean, what's not to like? We talked about it earlier. He's going to come in with an NBA-ready skill, one of the best shooters in this entire class, does it off of movement, can do it as a stationary floor extender. And also, again, Nathan, I thought you did a really good job just talking about the competitiveness. I know people sometimes get tired of the coach speak. And if I could be frank, especially with like white basketball players, right?
Hard
we can
worker,
grow tired of that.
Lunch pail type of guy, just,
Yep.
Really
rosy cheeked assassin.
Kid.
Yeah.
First one in the gym, last one out.
Yes, exactly. Would want him to take your daughter out type of a guy, that type of a player. But in all seriousness, he just fits so much of what the modern NBA values. And even playing for a bad team, this is something that a lot of smart people that I've heard, Bryce Simon brings this up when he talks about the way that Detroit has rebuilt that team, is that good shooters help make all your young developing players' lives so much easier. So even if the Hornets team wants to throw it into a rebuild 1-2 years down the line, Con is still going to be able to fit that mold. And then eventually when the Hornets step up into contention, hopefully at some point, maybe for the play-in, he can help make that goal a reality.
And I do think too, and this isn't necessarily discussed enough in mainstream draft circles, but if you're one of us talking to, someone in the NBA behind the scenes, a front office executive or a scout, and you start to break apart what are the things that they specifically look for in players when they're coming into the NBA, you hear almost all of them talk about what has this dude actually done before he's gotten to the NBA? Has he actually won anything? What has he accomplished? How successful has he been? And Con was a lights out player in the state of Wisconsin before he even got to college, won a state championship, was a leading scorer in the state, was one of the best scorers that the state of Wisconsin has seen. And then he gets to Duke and he helps one of the youngest teams in the field reach a Final Four and certainly have a presence on a national stage with the way that Duke team actually won throughout the season. So this is a guy who's used to having success to a degree. And I do think that matters when you get up to the NBA. What have you been able to accomplish? What have you done? Where can you help us go? And I think a lot of that just feeds into the professionalism, the culture, everything he can do. More of that coach speak. I know we said we'd get off of that, Stephen, but we got to go back to the well with what works.
Can't escape it.
He just adds all of those elements to a team that desperately wants to look to see what can we do to actually get back to the playoffs next year, especially with the East being as wide open as we think it's going to be heading in.
All right, we got to move on to pick number 5, Utah Jazz. And this is where a lot of us kind of thought the draft was going to start and where things got really contentious in our mocks, because we've heard the 3 most popular names we've heard are Jeremiah Fears, Trey Johnson, Ace Bailey. And as of last night, some of the intel we were getting was that they're pretty split between Ace and Jeremiah Fears. I think this is going to be a fascinating display of who is actually kind of running the show there. I won't tip my hand as to which way that will go, but Steven, and if you're the Jazz here, who do you think this pick is going to be and who should it be?
I mean, I would go Trey Johnson for a lot of reasons that we'll talk about later in the draft. If he's not selected, I'm sure if he is selected here, we could talk about him when that happens. But I would go Ace Bailey, and that's where ultimately I think that we're going to go. This is something that we talked about in our intel mock over at NoCeilingsNBA.com, is that the Angels typically go stargazing, right? They love their star players. We talked about it with Daryl Morey, fits that mold as well. I just think that Ace is too big of a star to pass up. I mean, a consensus top 3 guy coming in for the majority of the draft stayed there. It wasn't until he stopped playing basketball that all of a sudden he started coming down on big boards consensus wise from that position. And so obviously it has nothing to do with the way that he plays the game of basketball. Clearly we all agree that he's a talented basketball player. And though he's been handled in what many would call like an uncharacteristic or a different manner than what we're used to seeing, the intel that we've got at No Ceilings has always been great kid, just in a weird position in terms of representation. I think that the Angels will say phooey. We'll take care of that as we get to it. I want to grab the talent. And plus this team is just, they have a lot of guards. I don't know if they necessarily have any that you're afraid to draft over, but if you just look at the depth chart, I could see the wing forward position being the greater need between the two. If it come down to, we got to pick between these two guys, who's our biggest need?
Metcalf, I was so glad when we kind of stuck to what we've been hearing and what we've thought all along when we put Ace at number 5 in our mock. I've just had this sneaky suspicion the last 24 hours that Utah is trying to get Washington to move up to take Ace at number 5, only move back 1 spot. You get some extra stuff out of it, and you probably get another player that you like. Maybe that is Jeremiah Fears then. That would go at number 6. Like I feel good about Ace going here to number 5. We're going to have to see the picks in, but like, what do you think about that?
A lot of his face on TV right now.
I think they're just scared. I'm sure they explored every trade back possibility. I kind of feel like it's going to be Ace, but just for the case for Fears, they're obviously rebuilding. No one on that team is solidified in their spot. No one has proven that they're a building block. And I do think there are a lot of people in that front office who view Fears as that potential building block, and they still just need a point guard. And I thought Fears was one of the most dynamic and creative on-ball creators and playmakers this year. Plays really physical, obviously has to get stronger, shot has to improve, defense has to improve, all that kind of stuff. But I think when we think about reclassified freshman point guards, they are always bad. They are always awful. And he wasn't. He was incredible. My phone just buzzed, not looking at it.
Yeah.
I think Nathan.
Sorry, I saw it. I'm not going to say it.
Silver's walking up to the stage. Here we go.
So, do the Jazz just say we don't care if you're on the East Coast? We're taking him.
They selected Ace Bailey. I'm glad, guys. We stuck to our guns.
Let's go.
I'm proud of us. No, I'm legitimately proud of us as a team because listen, we got the intel all sorts of different directions. We had so many different respected people in the industry with real connections mocking Jeremiah Fears here at number 5. And we reported that there was a legitimate split in the front office between these two guys. But I think at the end of the day, it probably came down to what Metcalf and Steven were just talking about, that the talent with Ace is just too much at this particular spot in the draft to pass on, especially when, you know, you're in a spot where Ace is going to have plenty of opportunity on the perimeter. There isn't another guy at that position blocking him for being able to produce right away. he has multiple guards that he can play off of, whether they move some of these guys or they keep any combination of Keontae George, Colin Sexton, Isaiah Collier just broke John Stockton's rookie assist record for the franchise. Like, you have multiple guys who can get him the ball, and then you have defenders who can clean up his mistakes on the back end, especially a Walker Kessler. If Ace makes a mistake defensively on the perimeter, he lets a driver go by him. Guess what? I don't think that guy is always going to be happy to meet Walker Kessler at the rim we've seen through a few years in the NBA so far. So I just think opportunity, personnel, the coaching staff, the organization, this has been my favorite fit for Ace Bailey all along.
And
Body language doctor checking in. He did not look too happy. Like, I'm not saying he looked mad, but he did not look thrilled to be putting on that hat and shake Adam Silver's hand.
that's how it goes sometimes. But
Yeah.
I believe we're the only mock draft now, 5 for 5. We had the intel. We stuck to our guns. Let's go. But Steven, I believe
Hit
it's
the
time
like
for-
button, subscribe. I gotta go.
It's
I
time
love
for
you
us to
guys.
dip.
You're all
Coming in
beautiful.
our Maxwell and Jam to hang out with Nathan. See you, folks.
Love you.
All right.
Let's
Here we
go.
go.
Let's
Five
go.
for 5. 5 for 5. Team No Ceilings. We're
Oh,
on top
man.
of our game. Let's go. We love to see it. And we love to see Ace Bailey in Utah. I've thought for a long time this is a team that's kind of thin on the wing. You don't have a surefire star bet. Let's roll the dice, baby. Let's go for it with Ace Bailey, and that's what they do right here. Jam Hines, welcome to the show as well. I'm Maxwell Baumbach. Jam, what are your thoughts on this pick?
Excited that we stuck with our guns, and it looks like that as Metcalf alluded to, we know who's in charge in Utah now. So I mean, it's a really good pick of that star bet. I'm in the camp that the floor is still pretty high for Ace as well as a 3-and-D guy. Obviously has to focus in more on those defensive tools, but everything is there. The flashes are there, and obviously the shooting that he brings as well too. So it's a high floor for Utah and a high ceiling. You gotta love the way they're kicking off the new regime there.
Nate, how are you feeling about this one? And how are we feeling about the board at this point? Because I think a lot of times in a lot of these mocks, a lot of people were predicting Jeremiah Fears was going to go at number 5. We now know that is not the case. Washington is on the clock. We've heard Fears mentioned here as well. We've heard Derek Queen. We've heard Kaman Malawak. There's a lot of different options. Is there one way that you're kind of leaning here?
I think by consensus at this point on the board, it would probably be Jeremiah Fears would be the popular name to go here. However, Maxwell and Jam, we've been talking as a team over the last week about how much we just have this feeling that Kaman Malawak might actually be the Wizards pick, and like whether we're actually going to put that out there and stick to our guns or not. Like I kind of have that sneaky suspicion at this point, given that where the board breaks. And I do think that pick makes a lot of sense because I think Alex Sarr is the type of player who can play next to a legitimate big man. I know that we saw him spend the majority of his time last year at the center position, but he is a guy, again, who can space the floor for somebody else. And in turn, Kaman Malawak, if everything breaks right, he can space the floor for Sarr as well.
Yes.
So I think that both of them can work in tandem together, not to mention everything else that Washington's building on the perimeter is that dribble, pass, shoot culture. They're going to have multiple guys, not just a singular point guard that can get both of them the ball in their spots where they need it. I think with his promise, and you even see Kaman like in some of these drills where he's handling the ball fluidly, he's moving fluidly, he's shooting the ball. We already know he has the touch from the free throw line that we saw at Duke last year, but I just think he has some legitimately scary upside. And I saw more and more people today have him as like a top 2 or top 3 or top 4 guy on their big boards. And I don't blame him. Like I legitimately like Malawak, Maxwell.
Yeah, I do too. Jam, how would you feel about Trey Johnson here? That's who we went with in our latest mock. It seems like he's just been shooting the cover off the ball everywhere he's been throughout the pre-draft process. He does kind of fit that dribble pass shoot model. Do you like the idea of Trey here, or is it too many jump shooters for you between him, Keyshawn, Carrington? Is it a little too jump shooting for you at that point, or do you think that's something that could work and you're not worried about drafting over those guys at this stage?
I'm not really too worried about drafting over those guys at this stage, especially when you're getting arguably the best shooter, or at least one of the best shooters in the draft, and probably up with Kispert. We'll see how long he's on the roster, but he will be one of the best shooters on the Wizards team as well. So just for them to be able to spread the floor for guys, and then obviously what he does as a tough shot maker and his dribble penetration, the pull-up game as well. So I really do like the fit there. And honestly, Queen makes a lot of sense here. Like we talked about having Sarr there and his ability to be able to play next to guys, what they can do defensively. This is one of the best plays for Derek Queen, especially if you aren't too big of a believer in his defense, which I think he could be adequate enough with the quick hands, the IQ, just more about consistency as it is for a lot of guys anyway. But this is one of the best spots for Derek Queen. I would love him in this pick, Washington too. The local team for me, so I'm excited to see what they end up doing.
Yeah, it feels like the last few picks we've been like, all right, this is where the draft is really going to start. And it's actually been 5 for 5, kind of the way that we thought it was going to go. So I'm intrigued to see what direction Washington goes in here. It feels like this is one of the more blank slate teams as far as like not a ton of guys that you would draft over, but also sort of a pretty malleable young core, particularly with Alex Sarr sort of give you that 4 or 5 optionality. Do you think there's any potential wild cards here outside of Trey, Fears, or Queen or Malawak? Like it seems like those are the 4 that have been sort of circling here. Is there any other name that you could possibly see coming off the board?
I have zero intel for this, but Maxwell, I think you and I have kicked the tires around Carter Bryant maybe being a wild card, just from the sense of he kind of fits what they're specifically trying to build. Versatile defenders, guys who can shoot from the perimeter. You trust them to make decisions as secondary guys, or they can move without the ball. They can move off the ball quickly. And we saw Carter do a lot of those things at Arizona, even though it was in limited minutes. I think we all liked his decision-making. We all believe in the jump shot, and we buy the defensive upside and the versatility. I think he could potentially make a lot of sense with this team. Now, this would be higher than he's projected, but listen, Jam, Maxwell said wild card. So, like, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to answer the man's question.
You go with the Wildcat for the wild card. I like it. I think you can throw Coward in the mix too. I mean, it's the same dribble, pass, shoot mold. I have him at 9. Maybe it's a little bit too rich for Washington, but we'll see.
All right, we have word that the pick is in.
Yep, Trey Johnson
for 6 on our intel mock here. So we are very. Trey Johnson, an absolute sharpshooter out of Texas who made almost 40% of his threes on the year, can make them off screens, can pull up from deep, and has some passing juice to him as well. Along with that, got a good frame with that 6'10" and a quarter wingspan, coming in with a pretty NBA ready body relative to most guys that we talk about entering the league as shooting specialists. Nathan, I'm gonna kind of pose this to you. How did you feel like Trey Johnson evolved as this season went along? And then what type of player do you kind of see him being in the NBA if you're down to throw out some player comps for us?
I'm most fascinated to see how he actually fits in with this Washington Wizards team, because the question that I've had, and again, this is I think a fit that we mocked. Okay. It was something that I personally mocked as well, but how does he specifically fit with Bub Carrington? Because Bub Carrington to me is a very similar type of player. I think the Wizards want Bub to grow into more of an on-ball, high dosage pick and roll type of player and role. But I kind of see the both of them more as off-ball shooters. Maybe they can handle some secondary actions. I think they are very similar. But to counter that point, doesn't necessarily hurt to have 2 of those guys on the roster versus just one. And with Trey Johnson, I mean, what you're getting in terms of him as a shooter. I think we love the Buddy Hield type of comp for him, as maybe like a median high-end type of comp for him. I've heard the Cam Thomas name thrown around for him. I think they're 2 different players. In my opinion, Cam much more of a scorer, Trey much more of a shooter. But listen, if a lot of the passing stuff clicks with Trey Johnson, if he figures out how to get downhill and get to the rim more reliably, something that he hasn't done necessarily up to this point, but if he figures some of that stuff out, you already know you're getting from him as a shooter. He's a 6'6" guard with a 6'10" wingspan, so you can probably factor in some defensive potential with him as well as he continues to fill out, get stronger. There's a lot to like about Trey Johnson. I do think at the end of the day, again, him and Bub might overlap a little bit, but he still kind of fits the direction of where Washington wants to go.
Jam, you've been in this game for a long time as a scout. How do you think the likelihood is that Trey can become a more effective downhill player?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to depend on the roster construction. Ultimately, it's going to be a lot of trial and error. And I do think that he will have the ball in his hands a decent amount, which I think with him and Bub, which would be pretty fun. And then, of course, Marcus Smart will kind of facilitate some things for them. But I think having the ball in his hands, being able to play a little bit of pick and roll, that's going to be able to empower him to be able to make some mistakes, be able to learn, to get downhill, figure out what exactly he can and can't do. And just like Nathan was talking about, I just really like his ability to be able to play next to Bub, them having that tandem. And as they still search for their point guard of the future, they do still have two guards or wings, however you want to classify both Bub and Trey Johnson there, guys who can handle the ball with some playmaking upside.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how this fit goes. I think Washington has such an interesting mix of players. I've been a little bit lower on the higher end outcomes for Trey Johnson just because of that rim pressure throughout the year. But where I want to give him credit is I thought his passing was much better throughout the year. I'd mentioned earlier in the season, I was kind of worried he was sliding towards like James Bouknight territory with where his assist rate was. But as they played better teams, his playmaking got better. And I think that's worth noting. A lot of times guys will rack up counting stats when they play lesser teams earlier on in the year. And for Trey Johnson to see the floor better as they got deep in the heart of SEC play, and the SEC was a meat grinder this year of a league, it's really impressive to see that. Where do you guys sit with him defensively? Because it's one of those things where he kind of gets knocked for the defense. I actually think he's in the right spots a good amount of the time and uses his frame well. I think the defense is fine, even with the lower steal and block rates. You guys have any takes on the defense?
I think as long as he gives the requisite effort, which it seems like this Washington team, they struggled obviously defensively last year, but a lot of that just comes with the youth, right? Like when we look at NBA level defense, a lot of it's built on chemistry. It's built on having multiple seasons together, coaching under the same unit within the same scheme. So naturally you're going to see a young team struggle defensively, but you have a lot of the right guys in the right place. And I think with Trey, exactly what you talked about, Maxwell. He has a lot of the physical tools. Like I said, 6'6", 6'10" wingspan. A lot of these guys who have these longer wingspans, at the very least, again, as long as they're in the right place at the right time, they're paying attention, they're giving effort, they can create deflections. And I think one of the more popular things you're going to see as NBA teams are getting built more and more as we head towards the future, deflections are going to keep becoming more of a popular thing to focus on because the transition play and being able to get easier buckets just is such an incredible boon to the offense, even when the shots aren't falling. We just watched it time and time again with Oklahoma City and even Indiana to an extent. When the jump shot wasn't falling, they were able to force those turnovers, get those easy buckets in transition so that they're at the very least making sure that even though they're getting the stop on the other end, they're also making sure that they're still widening that gap. They're making some sort of shot. 3 is greater than 2, but 2 is better than 0. And that's been something I've said a lot.
Yep. And it looks like the pick is in for New Orleans. Another team at sort of an interesting juncture in their team building process, kind of getting ready for life after Zion, even with Zion still around to some degree. You got Trey Murphy, you've got Herb Jones, you've got interesting pieces. The pushes to contend and get over that hump just haven't quite come to fruition. Made a solid pick with Hughes Measy last year, but there's talk that organizationally they might still see him as more of a backup. A lot of different routes that they can go here. Jim, do you have a preferred pick for New Orleans as the pick is in?
I do like Malawak here, or if you want to go Queen, I think them get another big makes a lot of sense, especially one that could potentially play next to Measy as well. So I'm looking for them to go big here.
I kind of like that too. That's who we have mocked there. That's who I like there. I believe he is the highest ranked player on my board remaining at this point, personally. So I like that pick. I think it gives you a nice level set. And I think Malawak, it like this 7 range, it's that nice little blend of this safety of, hey, this guy's giant. He's a killer on the offensive glass. He's going to finish everything. But there's that little bit of upside because that takes off. Who knows where it could go. The pick is in for the New Orleans Pelicans, and let's see who we.
Wow. Jeremiah Fears.
Wow.
Joliet's own Jeremiah Fears. We love Joliet. We love Donut Den. We love Baba's Cakes. We love Joliet. And some of us love Jeremiah Fears. He's a little bit polarizing. Some of us are a bit lower. Fears had a phenomenal season. Metcalf mentioned on the pre-show. He was a reclassified point guard. He should have been in high school this year. Still goes on to average 17, 4, and 4. in one of college basketball's toughest conferences, which again, most of these reclass guys, they kind of stink, especially when they're point guard. Was not the case for Fears this year. Jam, give people the sales pitch on why Jeremiah Fears is viewed by front offices as a potential franchise changer.
Oh man, you're getting one of, if not the best rim pressure in the whole entire draft. A really diverse shot maker, despite still having room to grow as a shooter, but you see the wiggle that he has, the quickness, his ability to get to the rim, to finish at the rim with some creativity. And I think there's a lot of playmaking value that he's shown and he still can be tapped into. So you have someone who can get in the lane, create on his own without get paint touches on his own, and also create out of the pick and roll as a dual threat. I mean, it's a great swing for New Orleans. I'm very interested to see what it looks like with him and Jordan Poole in the backcourt, but they will certainly be looking to get buckets, and we'll see what they have, I guess, behind them when you have Murphy and you have Herb Jones back there on the wings as well for them defensively. So it's a great swing for them, and I'm excited to see what it looks like, him and Zion paired together running the two-man game, and what that looks like with Misi as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick too, especially in that it seemed like Derek Queen had picked up a ton of steam here. Derek Queen was a guy that we heard might potentially fall. Now with this option off the table, it's interesting to see where he could end up. Nathan, what are sort of your takes on Jeremiah Fears? What are you worried about? And then what is the reason for optimism if you're a Pelicans fan?
So I do think if we kind of take a look at this situation and zoom out a little bit, and we always try and ask ourselves when we're putting these mocks together, what would the front office do and what has this front office historically done? And I know that Jeremiah Fears wasn't brought up a lot with New Orleans, but Joe Dumars, Troy Weaver, it actually makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, look, he might not be this freakishly long dude or this very tall player, but he does have that type of athletic juice that those guys have looked for in draft prospects time and time again. And the one thing you won't have to worry about with Fears is the amount of pressure he can put on the rim. And I think I was one of those guys with you, Maxwell. I was a little lower on him for the majority of this process. And not to say that I came skyrocketing all the way up to having like a top 5 grade for him on my board or something like that. But I think one of the things that I've undervalued in drafts prior over the last few years is just, again, that ability to generate those paint touches at will and how important that is to actually succeeding and running a legitimate NBA offense. The only way that a lot of those threes come to fruition is if you get that initial paint touch and you're able to kick it out. And look, we can talk about how we are concerned with Jeremiah Fears as a pull-up shooter and how does more of that game come together for him from a scoring perspective. Does he actually have a plan every single time he drives downhill, and is he making the right decision once he gets that paint touch? Those, and obviously the defensive concerns are there with him as well, sure. Right? We talk about the thin frame at 6'4". He's only about like 175, 180 pounds. Maxwell, you and I talk all the time with guards. It's kind of like that race to 190 pounds. Who can actually get there to sort of have the size to be able to withstand some of the physicality at the NBA level? But those are some of the concerns. But again, you have a guy who is incredibly quick, both in the open court and in the half court. You can trust him to make certain reads out of pick and roll. You can trust him to get all the way to the basket. And he's a competitive dude. I think when we're looking for guys to improve with aspects such as finishing around the basket, you want those competitive guys who aren't afraid to crash in and go at people. And Jeremiah Fears was not afraid to go at people, even as a reclassified freshman last year at Oklahoma, what he did to try and carry that program. So I think Pelicans fans should ultimately be excited for the pick.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like you're at a sort of a reset point. I think you need to go for one of the higher upside players on the board. And the reason that I'm so scared of missing on Fears is when you have that kind of handle, if you can figure out the rim finishing and you can figure out the pull-up shot, there's just nothing guys can do to stop you. He has an exceptional ability to get where he wants on the floor, keep that dribble alive, throw counter after counter at you, and he's got a heck of a lot of speed to go with it. It's a really great intersection of speed and ball handling. And that's what you're kind of counting on, the gaps to fill in around that and go from there. Up next on the clock, we have the Brooklyn Nets. Very interesting team. They have, I believe, I'm counting right now, 37 picks in the draft. Loads and loads of picks. Another team, sort of a blank slate. You got a good young big man in Daron Sharp. You got a nice wing piece in Cam Johnson. You got Cam Thomas, who scores a lot of points. And other than that, Noah Clowney had some nice moments down the stretch, but it's a team again that I don't think is super married to anybody. The pick is in. We should hear from them in just a moment. Who are your guys preferred? Real quick lightning round. Who do you guys like to Brooklyn?
I would still take Malawach here. We had Demon mocked. I mean, we had a lot of the smoke and buzz was pointing in that direction. A lot of the intel we had was pointing towards Demon. But yeah, I think I'm with you guys. I would take Malawach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that direction as well. I wonder if we could get a little bit of a Yegor piece. He's the guy that we mocked there. There was some buzz around the fact that maybe there was some interest in him. I also wonder if they just like in a similar fashion to Fears, if they're into a Kasparas Yakashonis or maybe a Noah Essengay swing or something like that. Nothing would surprise me. This is a team where I don't think there's anybody you're too worried about drafting over in a variety of directions that you can go.
I always we heard the Fears mock for Brooklyn so much, and I think I love that you brought up Yakashonis, Maxwell, because I think if I'm talking point guard for that specific team, I want an organizer next to Cam Thomas. I want someone who can generate looks for everyone else. I don't want another shot hungry guard next to Cam, given you already know what that shot diet's going to look like. I think Yakashonis as a more versatile piece, whether he's making plays for others or even off the ball, I think his catch and shoot numbers, we'd all agree, are probably better than where they ended up at Illinois. He got hurt halfway through the year, but I would actually really like that pick if they were to go to the direction of guard.
We talked about rim pressure. I guess we'll wait out of the pick now, but I got a question about that.
Absolutely. So
it is Yegor Demon.
Yegor Demon. All right, 7 for 8. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it going. Yegor Demon, one of the most absolutely polarizing prospects in this draft, came out of the gate, had maybe the best debut of the season against Central Arkansas. It's 6'9", throws some of the most impressive passes you've ever seen on a college basketball court. Outside of that, it gets a little shaky. He takes a lot of threes. We know volume is a tremendous indicator of future shooting potential. Unfortunately, he doesn't make them yet. He's sub 28% from three this year, sub 70% at the free throw line. Not the most physical defender, can get a little too, thinks he's Tari Eason at times with the gambling, but he's not Tari Eason. Good finisher at the rim. But one of those guys where it's how much do you value the passing at 6'9" if the shot isn't there and if you're not going to put the pressure on defenses to score, sort of a low BPM against top 50 competition guy that the spreadsheet folks like myself, I throw myself in that mix, worry about a little bit. I'm a bit lower on Yegor, but I understand the idea of swinging on sort of the basketball genius that is within him, playmaker. Jam, you were just talking about rim pressure. Yegor, do you think that's something he can continue to do at the next level, or do you worry about his physicality? How do you kind of reconcile all of this?
Yeah, that was one of the big things when evaluating him that I kind of gone back and forth with. The quickness, the creative handle is not exactly what you would want to be able to get into the paint consistently on his own, but certainly out of a screen with the ball skills and the size. He can do that at a consistent rate with a screen. And this is just certainly a great bet when you have someone that's a big wing at 6'9". You betting on the size, the ball skills, and feel, and a jumper that has not come around, but it looks good. Like it certainly passes that eye test. So when he's on catch and shoots, the mechanics look good, footwork looks good. I do think he's going to put in the requisite work. And I do think he will be a capable off-ball threat. Whether if he's this fantastic off-ball shooter, probably not, but he just needs to be a legitimate threat, someone that teams do have to account for. And obviously off of that, he can attack closeouts and get in the paint with his size. So I do like this swing for Brooklyn, as you mentioned before. Like, they are a blank slate. So it's just like, let's get some high-level talent. Let's get some real guys in there with some upside to know how to play basketball.
I think to piggyback off the blank slate conversation that we're having, I think that's why this is one of the more perfect picks they could have made. Because if you are a blank slate team and you aren't necessarily at the position in the draft where you feel like you are getting this awesome, like Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, blue chip type of guy you're going to build your franchise around, then why not take a guy who all he does at his best is complement those other players you have around you. And you're not putting yourself in a position to where if I take this guy, every single thing has to be built around him. He can certainly play around and help enhance the strengths of others with his passing, with the catch and shoot ability that we've heard so much is improving in workouts and how he's getting better in that aspect. He's a 6'9" wing. You can imagine him getting better defensively as his frame fills out. I think that to me would be the key area. If he can hold up enough defensively to where you can find the right place to put him on that side of the ball, you can trust a lot of what he's going to do offensively from a playmaking standpoint, decision-making, whether he's the primary point guard, whether he's a secondary creator, spot-up shooter. Again, you're not locking yourself into anything with this pick if you're Brooklyn. It just gives you optionality moving forward.
Yeah, and I feel like he's one of those guys where he's still a little bit misunderstood in some senses. Like, I feel like I've seen some people talk about him as if he could only be a point guard. And it's like, no, like, what? You can just play him at the 2. Like, teams play multiple point guards all the time. If he's the 2, 199 isn't so bad all of a sudden. He can get into actions from the second side of the floor and whatever. Like, and then conversely, I feel like I've also seen people be like, well, for a power forward, he doesn't rebound very much. It's like, why can't he play one of the in-between positions? Why can't he play the 2 or the 3? I think that's ultimately where you're going to find the best spot for him. Mechanized in the chat mentions 2.9 turnovers per game. He did turn it over quite a bit. That is the other concern. My thing with the turnovers, though, and we're going to talk about it with Yegor. It applies to Fears. It applies to Yakashonis, Derek Queen, Danny Wolf. A lot of these college guys turn it over quite a bit in college. And it's really normal for them to really pare that down when they get to the NBA. I think a guy like Isaiah Collier, a guy like Keontae George, we're just going to keep naming guys on the Jazz. They're kind of examples of that. It's surprisingly easy, I find, for guys to sort of rein that in when they get to the next level, especially when they don't have a ton of responsibilities on their plate. So I'm optimistic that Yegor can reel in that. I think if Yegor doesn't work, it's more of an issue of like how much is he able to score. We've got Toronto on the clock. Noah Essengay was the big rumor name here for a while. He was asked about players he compared himself to. He compared himself to every Toronto Raptors player of the last 50 when he was asked that question. And then today, suddenly, it seems like that might be shifting. We've started to see other names mocked here. We've seen Colin Murray Boyles, another very Raptors-y player, start to see his name thrown around. I still think it's Essengay, but who were you guys liking here for Toronto?
I want to ask the question, if this would not be Common Malawach, would Malawach make it any further past 10 to the Suns? Like, why do I feel like
take Malawach? I would be stunned. Like, you can they're probably going to make a million more moves, but if I'm the Suns, it's like, can I just have like one guy who's tall on my basketball team, please? Like, doesn't need a ton of usage and doesn't want to have the ball and dribble it for 15 seconds every time down the floor. Like, I would absolutely be all over him if I'm Phoenix at 10.
Yeah, I think they run up there.
Go ahead, Jam.
No, I'm saying I think they run up to the podium if he's still there at 10.
I agree with you, Maxwell. I think this pick is going to be Essengay. If we're talking about what I would do in this particular position, given how the board breaks, if it's not someone like Malawach, we brought up Carter Bryant before as a potential wild card. Like, this Raptors team has a lot of guys who can kind of drive downhill and put pressure on the rim, but they don't particularly have as many spot-up shooters that they want to put out there for as many minutes as they probably need in order to be a playoff team. Like, they have some fun young guys, but are they necessarily ready to play playoff type of minutes? Yeah. Do they have that physical type of frame to actually go on the other end and defend one or multiple positions? With Carter Bryant, if he is giving you that spot-up shooting type of ability, the thing I trust the most with Carter, and the reason why I think he's going to get minutes early on in his career, is because I do trust the defense that much. He was such a fun defensive player to watch at Arizona this past year. That's why, like, if I'm Toronto, that would be a name that I would have been considering through this entire process.
Yeah, the pick is in, so we should know momentarily. I'm really interested to see where this one goes. I feel like we've reached a couple different inflection points. And I think Toronto, it's such a fascinating team because it feels like it's a roster just full of log jams and like one-way players. And they are, I think, in one of the trickier team building predicaments for a team that's not like exceptionally short on talent relative to some of these others. And let's see who we've got at number 9 for the Toronto.
Colin Murray Boyles. Wow. Okay.
No wonder he had a little smile on his face at the table.
Yeah. They just showed him a second ago. He had that smirk on his face, and now we know why. He is a top 10 pick to the Toronto Raptors. CMB a unicorn of sorts at 6'7" with a near 7'1" wingspan and a hulking 239-pound frame. He can move Big Ben backwards when he drives to the basket. Really interesting self-creation game, slick handle for his size, some tremendous playmaking as a passer, and an outstanding defender. That is 2.8 total stocks per game from CMB, who marries that size, that timing with exceptional lateral agility for a man with his build. The question, is he going to shoot at 26.5% from three on low volume? Some rough shooting at the combine. But the overall skills package here is a little too good for me to not want to gamble on it in the top 10. He was a top 8 player on my board. How do you guys feel about this one? Because he is sort of Jonathan Mobo plus. if we're talking about guys on the roster, another guy who could potentially complicate the spacing. But man, do I love the talent. Jam, what are you feeling with this one?
I'm a little surprised. I can't lie. Like, I do like CMB a ton, but I guess having him at 17, maybe not that much as other people. My whole thing is I'm not even caught up in the shooting, even if he doesn't shoot, because I love what he does defensively, be able to play short roll, DHOs, a lot of those things, the passing, obviously. My thing for me is I just feel like for CMB, you have to feel like he's going to be a all NBA caliber defender. And I couldn't quite get there. I think he'll be a plus defender, but I'm not sure if he's going to be that elite defender that a lot of people are projecting. So if he's not that elite defender, he's more of a plus defender. And what does it look like on offense scoring wise? Like, I honestly hated the comps to Julius Randle. I was not a fan of that. I think they have two different games other than being left-handed and big body with some ball skills.
Yeah, and Randall is like a different type of athlete coming out.
Absolutely, and a much more natural scorer as well, too. So, I mean, I am a little bit surprised. I do like CMB, but him in the top 10 is a little surprising for me, at least.
Nathan, where are you at with this one? Because I feel like CMB is a guy that we've talked about a lot over the past couple of seasons. He's a very polarizing player. I ultimately just sort of ended up breaking him high because I'm just betting on like the frame production feel combo. This fit scares me a little bit though. How are you feeling?
So that's the thing. I don't have a lot of words for this particular fit because, you know, their franchise centerpiece is Scotty Barnes. And Scotty Barnes, at the end of the day, is probably doing a lot of the same things that you would want Colin Murray-Boyles to do if we're comping him back to what he actually looked like at South Carolina and prior. But if we're just talking about Colin Murray-Boyles, the basketball player, I'm with you guys. I fell so much in love with Colin Murray-Boyles throughout this process, way more than I did last cycle, probably because I got more time to actually sit down and deeper appreciate just what he brings to the table. You're right. You said it about the jump shot at the top of the thing here, but look, he does every single other thing on the basketball court. Defensively, on-ball defense, off-ball defense, rebounding on both ends, you know, driving to the basket, finishing on the interior. From a playmaking perspective, he is a underrated passer. Like, this is the type of guy who he may not be a starter for you on day one. Maybe you don't have the cleanest fit to put him into a starting lineup on day one, but when you bring him off the bench, when you're giving him 15, 20, 25 minutes in his rookie season, you're going to trust him to make the right plays and the right decisions on the basketball court and actually bring you a ferocity on both sides of the ball. And listen, he was a guy who I think a lot of people, if Philadelphia was going to trade down, he was one of the like quote unquote fan favorite guys of who could they maybe target. Like Colin Murray-Boyles to me, along with Carter Bryant and Cooper Flagg and VJ Edgecombe, are like four guys in this draft who I could say could improve your perimeter defense tomorrow. That's how special of a defender he can be. And that does technically feed into, I think, what Toronto wants to do from a physicality and defensive standpoint, which it is, we have Scotty Barnes, we have Jakob Poeltl. Now we can throw another body out there like Colin Murray-Boyles, another Jonathan Mobo type off the bench. We're just going to try to lock you up from every single spot on the floor possible and get these guys going out in transition and let our athleticism try and take the game over.
So we now have Phoenix on the board. It's going to say Houston. If you're watching on TV, this pick has been traded to Houston. It's a part of the Kevin Durant trade. Fascinating roster right now. It's all shooting guards. Probably not one of the shooting guards. I'm guessing maybe do you think they'd go point guard here even? Because I mean, you got a lot of ball handlers already. I'm almost thinking you got to go big or big wing. At this spot.
I'd be stunned if Malawach wasn't the pick here. Like this, they have a glaring need at center. They've had a glaring need at center for multiple years. Now you move out Kevin Durant. You're looking to what's the next iteration of this team going to look like. They have Nick Richards on the roster, and that's about it. So if you have the opportunity to get a player like Kevin Malawach who can grow with you, who can offer some short-term value, but also really grow long-term, and if he becomes the type of player that we think he can be, I mean, that's the type of guy you take in the top 10 of an NBA draft.
Yeah, I think it's a really sort of interesting predicament. And I think, again, because the roster is what it is right now, again, who knows what other moves they're going to make. But it is just a lot of high usage guys right now. And I do wonder if, like, almost a Baron J, even if they want to get cute with it.
I wouldn't mind that either.
Malawach, I wonder if he's available. But yeah, I mean, for Phoenix, not a bad predicament right now. You've got your Carter Bryant's, your Cedric Coward, your sort of wing targets still on the board. You've still got guys like Baron J and Sorber and Derek Queen. Like there's what the deal with the Shams bomb is. I would greatly appreciate it.
We have a Shams bomb. So the Charlotte Hornets are trading Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns, and the Charlotte Hornets are getting back in here, I believe. Is what
wow.
The 10th pick?
Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Suns for the number 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first round pick. So okay, so Phoenix is still on the clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I thought too. So Phoenix is still on the clock, but so that's fascinating. They just answered their center question. So now, so now
Carter
where do we
Bryant?
go at number 10?
Yeah,
that makes sense. Carter Bryant.
Yeah, Carter Bryant's the guy that makes sense. Cedric Coward makes sense here.
Yes.
We could potentially
They can still go guard. Yakashonis is
Yeah,
still on
could
the
still
board.
see Yakashonis and Neek. Derek Queen is another guy too. And
great
here
spot
comes
for
the
them.
Pick at number 10.
It is Kaman Malawach.
It is Kaman
So,
Malawach.
all right, double big.
Yep.
You know what?
Double duty. I love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
listen, I love that because
Well-
Maxwell, you and I, like every single day, I feel like when we're texting, we always come back to size can be undervalued in the NBA. And when you have it, you're really good. And when you don't have it, boy, do you feel it, especially in the playoffs. So if Phoenix is trying to be competitive, like Matt Ishbia has continuously said they're going to be, that means they needed to address that center position. And now if you still have Nick Richards on the roster, if you still have someone like Mark Williams, and now you're bringing in Malawach, the pressure for Malawach to be the type of guy you want him to be right away, you can alleviate some of that out of the gate. But then you have another guy long-term while also giving yourself optionality with 3 legitimate NBA big men on the roster, just in case something happens throughout the course of the season. So you're maintaining your competitiveness, you're bringing balance to the roster, you're adding size and physicality. Jam, like that. I actually love that Phoenix still stuck to their guns and took another center.
Yeah, and we are about to do a line change on our end here as we enter picks 11 through 16. I'm going to be sticking around. Jam, quick synopsis from you on Malawach.
I'm very interested in the fit there. Like he's going to get a ton of run. It's a ready-made role for him, playing next to a bunch of guards, being able to do what he does, run the floor, finish at the rim, block shots, and we'll see how the rest of his games develop. So I'm very excited what this potential could look like. And I'm right with you and Nathan on this. Like size. I'm all about size and skill in the league that somehow gets undervalued for whatever reason. And I think this is going to be a move that proves to be fruitful for Phoenix.
All right. So Nick and Corey are going to be hopping on the screen with me in just a moment. I'm a fan of this pick. Look, I get you're bringing in Mark Williams. You traded a first for him. I'm okay with that, depending on what how you think the board's going to break. Mark Williams is a guy, though, who's missed a lot of time due to injury. It's worth noting. So I don't think it hurts to get some insurance for him, even if you're viewing him as more of a short-term option. I think he lets Malawach get his legs under him a little bit. But I was really blown away again by Malawach's improvement throughout the season this year at Duke. Had a higher block rate later in the year, again, when they were facing better competition. Felt like his timing got better, fewer goaltends throughout the year. does have some issues with his hands. His positioning on the defensive glass has to get better. But he is just a large man and has a tremendous motor on the offensive glass. One of the best offensive rebound rates that we've seen in recent years. If you don't put a body on him, he's going to make you pay. He's got those long arms, those big hands, and he is just an intimidating presence everywhere on the court. Nick, welcome back to the stream. We've got the Portland Trailblazers on the clock. How are you feeling about these last couple picks? This has been a wild ride.
This has been ridiculous. I am extraordinarily overcaffeinated. I'm going to do my best to remain somewhat sane, but we've got you guys as Chicago Bulls coming up at 12, but we've got Portland before that, and there are a lot of players on the board that I was not necessarily expecting to be on the board here. So, Corey, since you just joined us, I'll throw to you first for your thoughts. What do you think Portland might do here? What directions do you think they might go with this number 11 pick? Because there are, again, a lot of players on the board we weren't necessarily expecting to see here.
Yep, you are muted currently, Corey.
Sorry, guys. I've been producing backstage.
Yeah.
I have a feeling maybe a guy like Derek Queen. I could see, he's really talented. They like going out and getting talented guys. I think him and Klingon would be super interesting together. But then Carter Bryant is a guy who I think would go really well with what they do, is a player in which, they seemingly would value with their defense that, from the wing spots. And Carter Bryant, I think the way that he shoots it is obviously an added bonus. Obviously, he's a guy who, the Portland franchise has gotten a close look at as well over the last couple of years behind the scenes as he was a member of the Portland Generals. And obviously, they've done their due diligence with him in his college, but he's been on the radar for a while. But man, this board, it's, we've been pretty on it, and I still feel like it's chaotic, just the way everything's been reported.
Maxwell, Corey and I are both Queen top 5 guys, so curious for your opinion here. Are you as much of a Queen guy as we are? I'm willing to bet not. If I'm
I want Derek Queen to be awesome because he rocks. Like, he is so fun to watch. I'm a bit lower on his NBA projection, but I kind of wouldn't mind that pick here. I think there are teams that could use some additional big man depth. Klingon was, really great this year, I thought. But again, as a guy who's had injury issues in the past, same can obviously be said for Robert Williams. Dominating is not necessarily my cup of tea. I like Job Reith. He's pretty cool. But I think you could definitely use some additional big man juice. They are so loaded with interesting wing players between guys like Shaedon Sharpe, Chumani Kamara, Jeremy Grant still in the mix. Denny Avdia. I kind of like what they've gone at the wing. The highest rated guy on my board is Cedric Coward. I would like a Coward, a Bryant here. I could also see the argument for more big man depth too.
The Duop Reith shout out is the most on-brand Maxwell thing that has ever happened on any No Ceilings broadcast ever.
He's a fun big man. He's got some skill to him. He's interesting. But do you guys think guard is a possibility at all with Simons being out of the picture now?
I think guard is a possibility.
I mean, they got your Holiday,
both because Simons is out of the picture, but also because Yakashonis is still on the board. And, we heard quite a bit that there was some mutual interest there, which, might be worth digging into. He's the second highest guy on my board behind Queen. So, I would be in favor of Yakashonis being the pick here. But yeah, I mean, again, a lot of wing options on the board. Carter Bryant is someone we've heard, quite a bit in terms of potential buzz towards Portland. So yeah, I mean, a lot of potential directions they could go on the board, but I don't think guard is ruled out by the trade, especially again, since, one of the better guards in the draft is still on the board.
They have depth everywhere, right? Like this is one of those, just take whoever you think is the best player on your board type of situations. Which there's a lot of really good players, I think, still on the board. So I think the pick is in. So let's see where they end up.
My stream is a little behind, so pick is in.
And there is some talk in the chat. It's treated to Memphis too.
Ooh, spicy.
Ooh.
Spoiler says. Survey says, rather.
Cedric Coward. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this was
Cedric Coward.
Cedric Coward, and is this going to Memphis?
Reports are that it is going to Memphis. I have not seen confirmation yet. I mean, I think the only team that, makes more sense for Cedric Coward than Portland is Memphis. So, although Kyle did bring up, and shout out to Kyle Boone again for CBS Sports for joining us for the pre-show, but, definitely some Oklahoma City Thunder in Cedric Coward. But I mean, on the one hand, this is a pretty rapid rise, especially given that his film this year was limited, given that he, only played 6 games. But I mean, there's just so much to love with Coward, in terms of his defense, in terms of his shooting. I mean, I think he's truly, and he's got the potential to be an elite shooter. And when you mix all of that in, I mean, it's hard to find a team that doesn't work for him. So whether it's Memphis or Portland, I mean, there's a lot to like here.
Yeah, Cedric Coward is the first no stone unturned lottery pick in the history of the series. So I'm very excited over here. Covered him after his sophomore year. My favorite player I've ever interviewed. Exceptional character. This is a guy who started at the Division III level, transferred to Eastern Washington, had one of the best just advanced statistical seasons ever in a reserve role at Eastern Washington. It's obviously grain of salt. But then he took on that bigger role, and he went from being a Javonte Green style energy player to a knockdown shooter with exceptional physical tools, really great connective passing, and the ability to kind of shift all over the court on defense. And it's sort of ironic that he ended up in Memphis. The comparison I was kind of making for him all year was, why can't he be Jalen Wells? And I think he's a better athlete than Jalen Wells. I think his handle is quite a bit worse than Jalen Wells. I don't think he has that on-ball sort of shiftiness that Wells has. But the idea of him is, hey, this guy can come in, he can give you energy on defense, he can give you tenacity, and he can really knock down open shots. I think this is a phenomenal fit for Cedric Coward.
So the trade looks like it is. The Grizzlies are sending 16, a 2028 first via Orlando, and 2 seconds for Cedric Coward. So pretty good amount of stuff to go up and get your guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that just shows the belief that they have in him. And the hit rate, as plain as it sounds, on just guys with a 7'2" wingspan is exceptionally high. Corey, I feel like I haven't gotten to talk to you about Coward much. Like, what is your overall take on him? Because I feel like he's a guy that's somewhat polarizing. Because I think the tools are a little obvious, but whether or not you think that can lead to a higher end outcome is sort of person to person.
I ended up with him at 10 on my board, and I didn't feel good about it. I felt like it was potentially too low. I still think that's a path, because I think that while, yes, the handle isn't like super advanced, I think because he is super long, and I do think he's going to be good just getting to his spots, because I think he's got a good frame and he's going to be strong, that like he doesn't really need a super creative handle, and he has time to work on it, and he'll be able to earn minutes and get on the floor just by doing the little things. And I think that like, because he has a 7'2" wingspan, because he's pretty athletic, because he's a knockdown shooter, because he could defend multiple positions, I just think that this is a guy who is like going to play on a bunch of playoff teams and playoff teams that are successful. I got a chance to speak to him and meet him in LA, watch him work out a little bit. His hands are gigantic, just completely engulfed mine when we shook hands, and just a great kid. So I think it's a great move for Memphis and Portland. I think it's a win-win, because Portland's going to get, some draft capital, and potentially they have a guy that they think is going to be there at 16 that they have their eyes on. And Memphis gets a player who I think could return top 5 value potentially. So I'm all the way in on Coward. It's a shame we didn't get to see more of him this year. The only reason I didn't have him on my board most of this year is because I was like, he played 6 games, like he's committing to Duke. He's probably just going to go back to college and get a bajillion dollars in NIL. As soon as he committed, I was like, all right, that's it. We're ready to rock. The Cedric Coward show is on its way.
The pick is in for your Chicago Bulls. So we're currently on commercial break, so we might have a little bit of time. But Maxwell, what direction do you think Chicago's going in here?
I have no idea. It feels like a lot of the bigs have been linked to them. There was some Yakashona stuff that popped up all of a sudden the last couple of days, which like, he's a really talented player. I think he's definitely a guy that's a reasonable pick in this range, but it just feels like they have so many guys that are really good with the ball in their hands. Not that you can have too many, but just sort of surprising to me. I love the big men in this class. I love a Joan Berenger. I love a Thomas Sorber. I love a Danny Wolf, even if we want to continue like the funky playmaking thing. And I think Derek Queen is another guy that's totally reasonable here, given sort of the play style they've leaned into, and the fact that they're sort of like willing to play a big man that isn't the best rim protector, so long as there is offensive skill to compensate for it. And they've got lots of length and defense on the wings to sort of make up for that. So I think any of the bigs are a reasonable selection here.
Corey, what about you? And don't say Drake Powell.
what do I think's going to happen? I mean, my heart will break if Derek Queen isn't the pick. You know, obviously we're top 5 Derek Queen gang, and like I said, I think he's power forward J-Dub. You know, him being a center in the scenario where he just replaces Nikola Vucevic, or I don't want to say replace. Vucevic probably going to retire a Bull in the year 2035. But if they pass on him, I'll be really sad. I love Yakachonis too. Like if that seems like, if I was a betting man, like a dude with, you know, Illinois ties and is also Lithuanian, just seems like that's what the Bulls front office is going to fall back on. And I'd be fine with that. I liked him a lot. I think, you know, he was a guy who was getting top 3 buzz at multiple points of the year. So he's obviously very talented. His shooting tailed off, but you know, if you can put him on an on-ball, off-ball role, which he would be with Josh Giddey and Ayo Dosunmu and, you know, all these guys, I think he'll get more catch and shoot opportunities, which should be good for his game in the long term. And I actually think he's like an underrated defender on the ball. Like, I think he's maybe the best screen navigator from the guard spot in the class, just because he plays so hard and he's just so willing to, you know, rear view contest just with his effort and energy, and he's strong. You're not going to bully him. He was really good at the rim. He makes really creative passes. So the turnovers, they are what they are. Like, young guards making cool passes are going to turn the ball over sometimes. Steve Nash turned the ball over a million times. I'm not saying he's Steve Nash, but like, guys who have the ball a lot and make tough reads, they turn the ball over sometimes. But a lot of times they're able to make the reads that cause scrambles and lead to really good shots that other guys can't make. So that's where the trade-off lies. I'm hoping for one of those two guys. With that said, it's probably going to be Thomas Sorber, and then the Bulls can just make an inferior version of Wendell Carter and Lauri Markkanen with Modest Buzelis and Thomas Sorber. And if it's Drake Powell, I'm going to walk off the stage.
We've got a Shams bomb.
Uh-oh.
The Atlanta Hawks are trading the number 13 pick to the New Orleans Pelicans for the 2023 pick and an unprotected 2026 first, the most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee.
Wow.
Really like that 2026 first round pick. And I kind of like that bet if I'm.
Well, before we get to 13, which has now been moved, the pick is in. Again, my stream's a bit behind, so one of y'all is going to have to tell me who it was.
The pick is Noah Asenge.
Oh.
He is very Bulls.
Okay,
he is very, very Bulls coded.
Wow. Maxwell, Corey, thoughts?
This doesn't excite me. I like Noah Asenge. He's fine. Him and Modest are going to be interesting on the wings together. I just can't think of anything less fun than watching Josh Giddey, Modest Buzelis, Noah Asenge and crew. So yeah,
it's a lot of skinny guys passing the basketball who can't shoot.
John Paxson's not walking through that door, guys. Gar Forman's not walking through that door.
You can't say that. That's like, no, you're making people really sad right now, Corey.
I look, I like Noah Asenge. There's an unreleased video of where I made a French dip and broke down Noah Asenge's game that will never get released. And I mean, he's going to be good. He's 6'10", barefoot. He is really good downhill. He draws a ton of free throws. He finds ways to contribute when he doesn't have the ball in his hands. He's a screen and he rolls. I think that Josh Giddey's going to get him a lot of good looks. The shot, I don't think is like awful looking, regardless of the percentages. I think he's comfortable taking open ones. He played well against Portland, in the preseason. It's fine. It's fine. The Chicago Bulls, their new mantra. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not like a guys have a wide range of outcomes guy generally. I think Asenge is like one of the few guys who truly does, because if he does like get better at making free throws and like shooting threes and filling out his frame, like there's a lot to like. I think conversely, like this scared me, at least someone who loved Leonard Miller a lot. That's like what kind of scared me. It's this productivity with this a frame that's a little bit too skinny. And I think if the fit isn't quite right or he doesn't settle into a position, it could get dicey. I think the feel is quite a bit better. But I think there's a real wide range of outcomes. I think there's a chance where he looks like Pascal Siakam, and I think there's a chance that it gets really ugly for him.
Jalen McDaniels?
Yes, that's a very good like low end comparison as far as like guy who will come in and he'll be a pest and like he knows how to play basketball enough to be fine, but like there might not be anything beyond that. So I think it's really interesting. But to your point with like him, Buzelis, Giddey, outside of Kobe White, it's just a lot of guys that I don't want to take.
They are huge.
They are big. There's a lot of size and a lot of athleticism.
Pick is in here apparently for New Orleans. So why don't we move on over to that? Corey, who do you think New Orleans is targeting here?
Well, I know that Asa Newell had a really great workout for them where he shot the ball really well. And I can see Asa being the pick here. Maybe them thinking that he wasn't going to last to 23. So I'm going to guess it's Asa. I mean, Derek Queen, I think, was getting some buzz there for their first pick. So maybe they weren't expecting Derek to be on the board still. And they roll with Derek Queen, or maybe they just go absolutely crazy. And, you know, they take Vlad Golden or Alex Tui or somebody bizarre, because who knows what they're doing at this point.
Yeah, I like mentally just reconciling with the fact that this is New Orleans' pick now. Like the idea of them picking again in this range is fascinating. And the board is just shaken out in such an odd order. Yeah, you've still got Kasparis, you've still got Carter Bryant, I believe is the highest rated guy on my board. Could still theoretically go with like a skilled big. If you think Messi could be a 2 big lineup guy, you could throw a Sorber or a Wolf out there. It's going to be very interesting.
I mean, it would certainly help get the energy back up from Corey's sake if Derek Queen ends up being the pick here. But, you know, we'll see how that fit turns out. I mean, certainly in terms of who's still on the board, you know, there are a lot of different directions New Orleans could go, and it doesn't seem like any of us are particularly sure of which direction New Orleans is going in anyway. So could be even more chaos coming up here.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think the other thing is, too, it seems like a lot of teams have been eager to trade with them. I think that's been a key takeaway earlier with the Snow front office is they are certainly willing to do deals. And it seems like teams are willing to do deals with them because you might get a 2026 unprotected first between them and a team that just had their starting point guard sustain a massive injury.
Yeah, I mean, the Jeremiah Fears, I like that swing at least.
Yeah.
Somewhat, you know, if you really believe in him, you think he's got star potential. I love Trey Murphy. Like, they have so many interesting pieces is the thing. It doesn't fit. It's like a couple of awesome puzzles that have been in an Airbnb, and people just like were like, I think this piece goes in this box, and then you can't build the puzzle that way. But for them to give up that capital, they have to be targeting someone. Like, if it's Asa, I'm going to lose my mind.
I think that's a fascinating predicament. And it just really feels like we've reached the chaos point of now teams are just getting their guy, and their guy could be anybody. I really hope they go big. Like, I love Carter Bryant. I think he would be a great pick. But I really think going with like a Sorber or a Wolf who could sort of initiate those top of the key actions to get Fears going downhill to the basket with the wing insulation that they have defensively could be really interesting.
Seems like the pick is in.
The pick is Derek Queen.
Okay.
There we go. All right. It's about time.
Yeah,
right,
similar
Corey.
idea to what I was discussing. I'll get my queen stuff
Yeah.
out of the way since I know you guys
Yeah,
love
go
them.
for it.
But I think the idea is similar, right? Like this is a guy that can operate those actions on the perimeter, give you 4.5 out spacing, potentially play alongside Misi. Queen was really comfortable playing in a 2 big lineup this past year. It actually was very efficient for Maryland when he did that.
And
So
at
I think
Montverde.
from that standpoint, it's interesting.
Yeah, he played in that 2 big lineup at Montverde as well. This is a guy who it almost feels like we haven't seen play solo as a big yet, but now I'm interested in New Orleans. I mean, there's so many weird pieces that they have. Does this signal an end to the Zion Williamson era? Is interesting. I'm guessing that Zion would still fetch something on the open market. I know he doesn't have a great situation going on right now, but talent-wise, we've seen NBA teams just not care about off-court stuff as much. I mean, Trey Murphy's on that team, and he's awesome. So unless Shams reports that he was in the deal as well to move up, I'm going to say that at least they have a bunch of interesting pieces, and whatever direction they're going, we'll see. But Derek Queen rocks, man. Like, he's just so skilled. He can handle. I think he's like the best perimeter driver, and that's something that watching him at Montverde, I didn't expect at all. Like, I watched him just go to work in the post, maybe some pick and pops from like the elbows, etc. He definitely was able to take guys off the bounce a little bit, but I feel like he just really was able to lean into that at Maryland. And I mean, a guy that tall who's putting dudes in jail, just like keeping them on their hip and ball screens and patiently just like letting it rock. I love him as a player. Wish he ended up somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, his self-creation took a real step forward this year, and it makes it a little easier to sort of be hopeful about what he's going to be able to do going forward. I mean, his interior passing is going to be huge, whether or not they keep Zion around, right? Whether it's with Misi, whether it's with Zion, whether it's with someone else, who knows? Maybe New Orleans trades Trey Murphy for 14 right now, and we're about to have another whole conversation. But there's a lot to love about Derek Queen. The fit is weird, but the fit was going to be interesting wherever he ended up. Certainly there was going to have to be some adjustments made to sort of figure out how that offense was going to work. But I mean, again, as part of the Derek Queen top 5 gang, I certainly think this is in theory a win for New Orleans. I think I'm mainly being cagey because they've just had such a weird last couple of weeks that I have no idea if it's going to be any good or not. But pick is in for San Antonio at 14 too. So seems like we're about to figure out who's next off the board. Wrapping up the lottery here, Maxwell, where do you think the Spurs go?
I kind of like I keep throwing out the bigs, and I love the bigs in this class. So maybe it's just me like overhyping the bigs. I would love a Sorber. I would love Danny Wolf. Danny Wolf, Victor, 4-5, double inverted pick and rolls. I think that's fascinating. And I also think like you can't go wrong with Carter Bryant. You can't go wrong making that defense even scarier, or throwing another guy who's going to be a little less needy out there offensively. Be content to just take the catch and shoots. Know when to cut when those openings are being created by De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper, who can get out and run, feast off the spacing that's going to be created by Wembanyama as a cutter. I think he's a really nice plug-and-play option for them if they want to beef up the wing. Because right now, a lot of their guys that they play at those positions just aren't defenders or aren't capable shooters off the catch. I think Bryant kind of fills a nice little need there.
Corey, what about you?
What about Baron J here? And you just go absolutely gigantic. Like he operates best around the rim. Victor takes a ton of threes, really spaces it out. The defense and length there would be ridiculous. Obviously, you want a spacer. I was hoping that Baron J ended up in New Orleans just to do the French Quarter nickname, but it looks like the pick is in. Let's see. The pick is
Carter
Bryant.
Bryant. Yeah. I mean, we were expecting him to go higher than this, so I'm not particularly stunned. But Maxwell, what do you think about the fit here?
Yeah, I like it kind of for the reasons I just outlined. You're going to need a long-term Harrison Barnes replacement. And I think the nice thing with Carter Bryant is like, even if he doesn't hit a super high-end outcome, you know that he can do that stuff. You know that he's going to compete on the glass. He's going to reliably move the ball along on the perimeter. Okay passer. Takes a lot of threes off the catch. Has always been a really assertive shooter, even at lower levels. And I'm a big believer that like volume is really the best indicator, especially when you're that size. So for Bryant, I think it's a lovely fit for him. I think it's going to put him in a position to succeed too. Because whenever these guys are really toolsy and they're interesting in their athletic forwards, sometimes you get a Pat Williams situation where maybe the expectations that are placed upon them are a little bit too high for what their actual skill level is. And with Bryant, he's going to have a nice little role where he can come in, do what he's comfortable doing, and possibly take on more as he gets comfortable taking it on. So I think it's a great pick, and I like the fit both ways.
Are you aware that Carter Bryant has decided to go shirtless, though?
That's a wild move. That's a wild move. I almost
that
went
is a
shirtless
Nathan Grubel-esque move.
Yeah. Well, I was going to go shirtless for this, and then like everybody filed an HR complaint, and I had to have a meeting with Metcalf before the stream started. But you know, it's fine for Carter Bryant to do it, but when Maxwell wants to do it, suddenly
you know what though?
okay.
I haven't seen the bottom half yet. It pisses me off less than the dress shoes with no socks thing.
Yeah, that's yucky. It looks like it smells anytime somebody does that.
And I get it; they're doing the no-show socks, right? So I know that they actually have, but it's a silly thing. Just put on some socks. Also put on a shirt. But look, I'm not chiseled out of stone. Carter Bryant rocks. For all the things Maxwell highlighted, he's going to be in the perfect role for him where he doesn't have to worry about any of the self-creation stuff. And he can just do basically what he did at Arizona and not have any kind of pressure to really develop that part of his game outside of his own pace. How about this? When you have Victor Wembanyama, any pick here would have been awesome. At the end of the day, that's how that works.
It is interesting that all of the ESPN graphics here are with him in a turtleneck, and then we go directly from that to him shirtless. It's quite a contrast.
You know what? New York's been a little hot for a turtleneck. So it's been real hot in New York. I will say it's been in the 90s. I think it was 95 today in New York. So I take it back. Shirtless is the move.
Who are we liking for OKC at 15? Because you talk about embarrassment of riches. Again, I'm going to say it. I like the bigs. I like the bigs on the board. I think they could use a little extra big man depth. It feels like they have 8,000 capable guards. And the wing rotation's solid. I think you could go big wing if you wanted, but a lot of guys on the board that are really tall and can really pass, which is what you like to see if you're OKC.
Yeah, I mean, you said big. The first name that I was going to come up with was Thomas Sorber for them. I think it just makes too much sense to, fill out their rotation a little bit more, have someone who's an exceptional playmaker who also has real shot blocking talent. He's got NBA ready size, which is not something you can say very often about 18-year-old big men. I mean, I think it makes all the sense in the world for Sorber to be the pick here, especially since Carter Bryant just went to San Antonio, because he also would have been a very Oklahoma City Thunder pick. Corey, what are your thoughts here?
I wouldn't hate if they took a shot on like Yakachonis. I know
I forgot he's still on the board. Wow.
Wild. Yeah.
Yeah. I know that they have a million of them. I know Topic is coming. Sometimes you just take the talent and figure it out. Like, that this allows them to maybe they can move on from some guys who, potentially are going to cost a lot of money down the line. I would love Danny Wolf there. I think he would be really interesting in what he could do. Baron J, I think, would be really fun. Liam McNeely is a name who's been tied to them a little bit, and I kind of like that too, because sometimes you need guys who are 6'8", who theoretically can make shots. I'm somebody who buys into his shooting. I think just like our friend Alex Caravan, I think that the situation that UConn was in didn't necessarily play to the strengths of shooters this year, having set up guys. And I think that OKC has a plethora of those guys, and Liam would do well there. So he's kind of like the out there guy. OKC is going to get who they get, man.
I brought up this point during the mock yesterday. It was like last year they picked up Alex Dukas on a two-way. And I wonder if that's instructive with Liam at all, where they probably didn't have intentions of playing Alex Dukas, but it was one of those things of well, if we have to play Alex Dukas, he's tall, he's got a thick body, and we can trust him to pass, and he will try on defense. And all of that stuff applies to McNeely, and he's obviously entering the league with a grerer pedigree at a younger age, even if of course, the production was wonky because they didn't have a guard who could touch paint this year. I could see that one too for just those similar reasons. He's a guy you can play, and if you ever want to consolidate or move guys in a trade, he's available. And if you need to play him, that's fine. If you want to put him with the blue for a year and get his confidence back, you can do that too. Like there's a lot of different things you can do if you went that route.
Pick is in. Honestly, I think the Topic selection last year makes me more convinced that they might take that shot on Yakashonis because why not, right? You just won the title. You have, everything you could possibly need. It's just adding riches on riches on riches on riches. Why not take the guy who probably has the highest ceiling? And, when they have to trade Kason Wallace for 74 future first round picks in 3 years, then you can have Yakashonis come in.
There's just like no better context / system / group of guys who could, really help Yakashonis maximize his game. He'd be really interesting. I think one of the things outside of Coward, though, one of the things that we continue to see is that young guys are the wave year in, year out.
Yep. Yeah. I talked to somebody like around a couple weeks back who was mentioning that same thing. Like they were like, when you're making boards, like think younger, like teams are going to pick youth. And like we've got Nick Clifford, we've got Danny Wolf, we've got a lot of the older guys that we liked kind of still sitting in the green room. Walter Clayton. It's interesting.
Yeah. Like theoretically, Kalkbrenner is perfect for Oklahoma City right now.
Yeah.
And maybe we look back, even probably we look back, he's one of the 14 best guys in this draft.
Yeah.
But we know who he is because we've seen it for 5 years. And what he is really good. But is it this good? Is it when the rest of these young guys are on the board, is it that good? That's kind of the main thing I've been kind of tracking right now is just it's youth.
Yeah. I think Kalkbrenner is probably more likely for them at 24 because I would be surprised if he's off the board by the time we get to 24. So, who knows? Maybe they just take the swing on Yakashonis here because he's still around. And then, when 24 comes, whichever of the bigs we've talked about who they like the most, there's going to be one of them on the board at this rate, right? Especially, one of the older bigs like Kalkbrenner or Maxime Reynaud. Sure. They're going to have options, right? And, given that Yakashonis has fallen this far, might be worth it for them to take that swing. And then if they feel like there's a real need that they need to fill it back up big, you can do that at 24, or you can buy into the second round.
The pick is in, and the pick is Georgetown's Thomas Sorber.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. Maxwell, you love it, so let's hear it.
I wrote about Thomas Sorber earlier this year, and when you're looking at big men that scale to the NBA well, traditionally what you're looking for is good defensive counting numbers and now playmaking. Playmaking has never been more important for bigs. Assist rate and assist turnover ratio are one of the most highly correlated stats with the bigs who stick. And the assist rates for bigs are way higher now than they were 10 years ago. It's not just that bigs pass when they get to the league. It's that you got to be able to come into the league being able to pass. Georgetown's offense, it's funky. It's old school. It's kind of archaic. But the bottom line is Sorber showed that he can make a hell of a lot of passes in that offensive system. He gets a tremendous amount of steals for a big man. He has really great hands defensively. His positioning off the ball around the basket is absolutely sublime. Has that massive frame, swallows guys up. We heard that the medicals were clear, which is great because there was concerns because he had a foot issue. The efficiency has to come along. He's got to find a place that he can score efficiently on the floor, not great around the basket, not a lob target, not yet a shooter. Though I like how the shot looks, I think there's a really good chance it gets there. And anytime you can get a big guy in this system where a guy like Jalen Williams has really found his footing, I think a big that can pass and has that toughness on the glass and knows where to be is a guy who's going to succeed. I adore this pick. I think Sorber has a lot of potential, especially in Oklahoma City.
Corey, your thoughts?
I've probably been the lowest on Sorber among the No Ceilings crew, but he fits like a glove in Oklahoma City. Especially he's not going to have any pressure to do anything right away. And I think Isaiah Hartenstein is a guy he should really study as far as what his role should look like in the NBA. I'm interested to see what that defense looks like at the next level. I think that his hands are really great, but I think oftentimes a lot of the shot blocking stuff left me a little underwhelmed just because every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, he's just like basically playing the bottom spot of the zone and you can just like kind of load up and get vertical and he doesn't kind of have to like 2-9 or come over and off a switch. And so I'm a little bit less optimistic about how impactful he is as a rim protector. Although I think he'll be fine. Like, to me, he's fine. Like, he's a good player. But I don't know how high his potential is because I'm not as optimistic about the shot. I think often it's a little flat, and that's just coming from like the elbows. I think when you stretch that out a little bit, it becomes harder to consistently do that. So, but again, in Oklahoma City, you just won a championship. You got Thomas Sorber, who is really talented. Was one of the winners of the combine measurements with a 7'6" wingspan. Like, he's solid. He's strong. He's got a lot of room to grow. If there's any system where I could be like, I believe in Thomas Sorber, it's Oklahoma City getting the most and developing him.
So we're about to do a line change here, but just really quickly, a request in the chat for a pick recap. So now that we're halfway through the first round, let's run through that quickly before we do our line change. Number 1, Dallas Mavericks draft Cooper Flagg. Number 2, San Antonio Spurs draft Dylan Harper. Number 3, Philadelphia 76ers draft VJ Edgecombe. Number 4, Charlotte Hornets Con Knippel. Number 5, Utah Jazz Ace Bailey. Number 6, Washington Wizards Trey Johnson. Number 7, New Orleans Pelicans Jeremiah Fears. Number 8, Brooklyn Nets Yegor Demon. Number 9, Toronto Raptors Colin Murray Boyles. Number 10, Phoenix Suns Kaman Malawach. Number 11, traded to the Memphis Grizzlies, Cedric Coward. Number 12, Chicago Bulls, Noah Essengay. Number 13, traded to the New Orleans Pelicans, Derek Queen. Number 14, San Antonio Spurs, Carter Bryant. And number 15, Oklahoma City Thunder, Thomas Sorber. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to do a line change in just a minute here, but thank you all for rocking with us this draft. It's a great time of year, and yeah, welcome some more people on. Albert, how we doing?
I'm doing amazing. It's incredible to be on. I think my favorite part is I just saw a tweet from Sam Vecini where he was like, it looks like the NBA needs to take over the Pelicans again. What an incredible tweet, considering what we've seen tonight. But I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Man, the Pelicans are making some decisions. They're doing things. This has been fun. And shout out to our intel. I really enjoyed that top 10 of this draft and how it lined up.
Yeah, we were cooking there, having a little bit of fun there. I'm doing great. I'm very very intrigued with some of these picks. San Antonio is probably my early winner of the night. It's a heck of a haul. So yeah, I mean, what are you guys thinking so far?
I also don't remember the last time I was on a screen with the two of you guys. So me being with the Tylers is a lot of fun.
Feels right.
A little Albert sandwich going on here with you in the middle.
No, but guys, I did want to say, like, where we are right now in the draft, there are still a ton of guys left on the board that we at No Ceilings really, really like.
Yeah.
And to see how this is going to break down is pretty fun. And we have Memphis on the board. No, we have Portland on the board, right? So, Rucker, maybe you can give us some insight on where you think Portland might be going with this one.
I can't. I just saw who it is.
I just saw the group.
So I can't. Nobody's ready for it.
Do we?
I didn't mean to. I'm turning off my phone, but I'm also trying to wait for a text from my wife to change rooms because we have a little sick baby. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a party, folks. So everyone that's not checking your channel, we're not gonna spoil it until it's time. It's a party.
So are we surprised that Kasparis is still on the board? He feels like him and Berenger feel like the two biggest fallers right now. Berenger, at least in terms of how the hype was going and the upside with him. And then, I mean, just Kasparis's versatility and malleability. It feels kind of surprising that he's still here.
Yeah, I think for me, Metcalf is like, oh, okay. I'm still reeling from what I just saw, so I'm going to try to ignore that.
Right?
Sorry. But you're right, though. Like, Casper still being on the board, like, I get it, right? He didn't shoot it maybe the way that people thought he was going to, but the three of us here right now on the screen, we got to see him at the Hoop Summit over a year ago, and when we saw him there, he shot the ball plenty good. We thought he was pretty good. And then also, like, the fact that he's huge for his position. He's a really good passer, playmaker, a guy that, because of the shooting and us believing in the shooting, can definitely see him playing both on ball and off ball. So the fact that he's made it this far, and sorry, I almost cussed. I really love that we are trying to act like we're normal right now with what we know, but there are a
Blink
lot
twice
of
if
great
you're in trouble.
options once again on the table. And Casper's being one of them, obviously, right? A lot of big names left, like even a guy like Nick Clifford, right? A guy that we thought could go in this range. Looks like he's not going to. But anyway, I'm going to stop talking and let Rucker take over because I need to compose myself.
No, you're good. I think Kasparis is one name I'm a little surprised. I think he should come off the board soon. Neek, I think we were thinking Neek could still be down here just because of the age factor, and we've seen this a lot. So there's a lot of talent still, and we see this every year. So I'm just kind of curious about next couple. I think it's spicy with the next. Oh
God.
I don't have it up yet, so someone's going to have to officially announce it.
Oh my God. Oh, they did it. Hanson Yang to the Portland Trailblazers at 16.
This is a really good time for one of us to just be like, who?
Michael!
Insert the Bill Simmons. Whoa! What? Okay.
Okay. I don't know how we even begin to talk about this as he walks down the steps. I think that's with Rich Paul. I was there at the Lakers facility not too long ago when they had the Clutch Pro Day. I met with a scout there. I won't name who he was, but I met him after the Clutch Pro Day, and he was like, yo, I was like, hey, how was the Clutch Pro Day? Right? Because I wasn't allowed in. But he was like, no, it was great. You know, a lot of interesting guys, a lot of cool stuff. And I was like, cool. How was Hanson? Because like there were a ton of like Chinese reporters there and people there hanging out around him. And he goes, yeah, he was really bad. So to hear that and to be here at this point where he gets taken 16th by the Portland Trailblazers, someone needs to help us understand.
Sorry, we were hearing like he was a lock to Brooklyn in the 30s, at 36. That's what we were hearing. And it's like, all right, it feels kind of high, but you know, it's second round, so you take a swing, whatever. I'm speechless. I don't understand. Like, there's some his highlight tape rocks. There's some really fun offensive playmaking and post scoring stuff. I don't see how any of it translates to the next level. I am flabbergasted by this. And he was solid at the combine, but are we really just going off the combine with this? What?
Guys,
I don't get this.
My favorite thing is ever since the Yang pick has been announced, I think there was an earthquake at Rutgers' house where things just went crazy.
I am in a condo and having to shift rooms because my baby needs to sleep. So I tried to time this perfectly. I failed. I'm sorry for everyone. I hope my balancing act was hilarious. Honestly, I thought I was just running away from the stream from this pick. So, wow, guys. I got that text before it got tweeted. A scout texted me, wow. And I went, what happened? And then he just wrote Yang. And I was like, no, he's screwing with me.
How does this make any sense?
Are they looking at Yang to be an upgrade over Klingon? I don't get it. I that's what I'm saying.
I think he's the worst defender in this class.
No, I think he's worse than Klingon in every way. But is there any logic to explain this pick? I don't get it at all.
Well, I mean, let's get positive.
Give me
here.
give me the optimistic view, because
sure,
it's a big swing and there's some really fun offensive stuff.
Yes.
Here's what, if you connect dots, if they loved him, the buzz we had gotten and everyone was getting was Brooklyn was really hot on Hanson Yang. Now we thought it was later. Brooklyn could have acquired one of those additional picks, was trying to take him early to just be like, that's our guy. Maybe they wanted him at 22. So if Portland loved him, maybe you were just saying like, screw it, we're taking him. But again, like, I thought this was a second round big. I really did. So I'm a little shocked to see this type of swing here. I'm a big believer of like, hey, go get your guy, but that's a tough one.
Sure, and you know, Rucker, to your point, I do want to try to get positive as well about Yang. Like obviously, and like even Ryan Russillo on his pod this week, he was talking about how he saw Yang at the combine and was like, "Is this the future of the NBA?" Obviously, he's joking, but with Yang, like the things with him and Metcalf, you talked about it with him as well. Like the size is real with him. There is like a fluidity type of thing, and I mean, he could pass a little bit. I tried my best. Here we go. I think the Wolves pick is in.
Good. We need to pivot off this. we could spend the
The
next 4
Minnesota
hours.
Timberwolves have selected Johan Berenjay.
There it is.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That's the long-term Rudy Gobert replacement. I was talking to a scout this morning, and Berenjay was one of the names that he listed that he loved, and he's like, I don't think there's any chance he's going to be there. And I'm back.
We're still recovering from the Hanson Yang pick, guys, is what this is.
I think this is an incredible pick for Minnesota. They going into this morning, they did not think he was going to be available there. The movement stuff with him, the defensive impact is incredible, and it'll be nice to have a center who can catch passes.
And Metcalf, like the thing about us being no ceilings, with Berenjay, the thing is like we actually have no idea what type of pro he's going to be, right? Like he's just started playing basketball like 3 years ago, so we're literally just scratching the surface in terms of what type of player he's going to be. But like, let's say like you knew absolutely nothing about him and you just turned on his tape, you'd be like, wow, this guy is, number one, he's gigantic, but also he's so fluid and athletic for a guy his size. And so like if we're talking about you wanting to grab like a rim running center, a guy who's gonna, you know, you're gonna keep things very, very simple for him, you're not asking him to, I don't know, be a short roll creator or anything like that, then like taking a shot on Berenjay here at this point in the draft is a lot of fun. And to be honest, we would have really preferred this even for the Blazers the pick before, right? But for you and the Wolves, getting Berenjay at this point, right, is really exciting. And as you mentioned, maybe he's the Gobert replacement in a year or two. So I really like this pick for the Wolves.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Rucker.
No, I need you like we need you to get some French T-Wolves apparel. Like I need you buying in. Like maybe we have some.
I think just like video by video, I just get a little more French each time.
How do you howl in French?
Yes. I really like that value pick. I think, like, I thought Berenjay was a late teens guy that you'd want to get really excited about. So I like that pick a lot for them. I think that was great value. I'm still a little shocked with some of these names on the board. This is why we love the draft, because, you know, like, I think Kasparis is a steal for someone right now. I kind of like him at Washington. I kind of think that's a interesting little ad there. If Brooklyn gets him, you could argue you could have gotten him. I mean, you can't probably. I would take him still if I was Brooklyn.
I mean, but I think Kasparis makes a lot of sense with Washington at the spot, kind of like you were saying, because you know, Bub is still more of that combo guard. Trey's a pure shooting guard. They brought in CJ on a 1 year. Maybe they ship him out anyways as an expiring. But you know, as of this moment, they have another fun kind of veteran leader there for them. I think Kasparis makes a lot of sense here, unless, and I'm sure they were probably hoping that Berenger was going to fall to them there, but could they potentially go big with an Asa Newell or someone like that?
Well, Metcalf, I was going to say, what if they get really spicy and they just go, we'll grab Danny Wolf here, right?
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, look, the thing about Danny Wolf, and I feel like all of us at No Ceilings, we're really, really high on Danny Wolf now. And especially like for me, like when he had the start of the season that he had and he had the change in his physique, I was like, oh, I'm all in, right? And the way that he moves for his size. But the thing is, like, where he's deficient, right? Where in terms of his rim protection, stuff like that, that's kind of where like theoretically you're hoping Sarr will be able to clean up some of that stuff for him next to him, right? But the fun thing about Danny Wolf is if we're looking at this Wizards roster without maybe having like a pure point guard, I mean, you get fun with a Danny Wolf, right? A guy who played point guard as a 7-foot center last year for Michigan, and what he can do with the ball in his hands, and also the fact that he's a really, really good rebounder, right? Which I love. And the thing about the Wizards last season, if I have this right, they were 4th in the league in pace last year. So if you have a guy like Wolf coming in, he's just a beast on the boards, right? And obviously with the stuff that he can do, like just imagine grabs a defensive board and he pushes the ball up court. And this is a team that likes to run with a lot of young guys. It could be a lot of fun. And so for me, it's like Danny Wolf could be a really fun and intriguing option for the young roster that they have.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Wolf, you kind of look at the board right now, you get really excited about like these names still left. And then you get Kasparis. I still like Neek, I thought could be slipping into the 20s, but also like someone's going to get a heck of a basketball player. And then I really want to see where Jace and Asa go. So some nice names. I can't get over the Hanson Yang pick.
I'm still reeling from it.
What is more shocking, the Luka trade or the Hanson Yang pick? I feel like I need to like blog it out or something, but it's just I can't. My brain is refusing. Like the connection. No one had that. No one's intel was there. Wow.
Wow. Well, I mean, hey, they went and got their guy. I'm kind of surprised they didn't try and trade back again and again.
And again.
But they got a future first out of it. They traded back a handful of spots. And I'm assuming he's coming over right away because he's going to be on that guaranteed contract, that first round guaranteed money. It'll be really interesting. I have no idea where Washington is going to go here. I know we just talked about a handful of guys. I kind of wonder if like a sneaky swing is like a Hugo Gonzalez. Add to that athleticism, the upside defensively focused wing. But looks like Pick is in. Oh no, he's not walking up yet.
I really like that I'm here with you guys right now. Just
I did too. I was just thinking that.
But the thing about Hugo that I like, and all three of us, we like Hugo. So that's why this is a perfect time to talk about him. The thing that I like about Hugo is like, he just cares so much. And like, I think sometimes like everyone's going to bring it up, right? Like, oh, why didn't he play for this Real Madrid team? Like, what's going on? Like, why did he get no minutes? Blah, blah, blah. And we talk about it amongst us all the time, but I really want our listeners to understand that Real Madrid roster was absolutely stacked. Like, I really do believe that if that Real Madrid team played in the NBA last year, they would have been in a play-in or something. Like, that was a really good squad. So him not playing for them is not an indictment of his game or like his lack of capability or whatever. He was just on a really, really good team. And the thing about Hugo is he's got great size for a wing. He plays really hard, really tough defender. Once again, like really athletic. I actually think the jumper is not broken. Like I want to see, obviously he needs to get to a context where they're going to give him a runway to work on the jumper. But if you look at like the total package, and also like it's a pedigree thing too. Like him and Yegor coming over for Real Madrid, like I'd feel great about those guys. And that's why like I was really high on Yegor as well. But for Hugo, my thing with him is like you get him in the right context and give him time to really kind of like play more basketball and shoot the ball more. I think you have a really interesting wing in Hugo Gonzalez.
All right. So it looks like Washington is trading this pick to Utah.
Which is very interesting because there is a guard on the board that we had heard had a promise at 20.
Yes.
Utah was at 21.
And they are currently showing highlights of said player.
And they're currently showing Walter Clayton Jr. football highlights.
Oh, did you know that this elite athlete played multiple sports in high school?
Did you guys know Jalen Suggs was a quarterback? So
it looks like Walter Clayton's going to be the pick.
Is that the rumor on the streets? Sources? Or we just have a good graphic guy. If it's the pick, I would love that for Utah. If you're leaving with Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton, there's your firepower.
So it looks like Utah is sending Washington 21 and a couple seconds as well.
Nice. So Utah's still going to be in there. Okay. I mean, Washington is 21.
Correct.
So Washington's probably going back for Wolf, maybe.
Probably.
I wonder how Walter Clayton's feeling right now. It seemed like he was really excited to go to Miami with all the stuff that he was saying pre-draft.
So if Utah takes Clayton here, are they going to walk away with 2 guys who just desperately do not want to be there?
Austin Ainge just
Adam Silver is tall. Oh, he pronounced it Young Hansen.
Yeah. It's a lot of
All
words.
right, Adam, read the pick.
Come on.
Walter Clayton Jr. Go
There it
get-
is. I wonder if
We have a
Adam
crier.
Silver. I wonder if
Okay,
Adam
he's
Silver could
excited.
try some new glasses.
Hey.
I feel like he's been rocking those for a while.
You know what, Albert? I think that's a good point there. It might be
Yeah.
the glasses. Glasses
think
do
his-
change things.
I think his glasses make him look even skinnier. I think he should try something. new.
He's incredibly scary, skinny, and tall in person.
Yeah.
He looks that way on TV, and then you see him in person. You're like, oh wait, he's skinnier and taller. Hey, let's focus here. One, Walter Clayton with the all black suit, just electric. John Wick vibes.
He's rocking Miami vibes with
He
with
didn't say Miami Vice.
with like the button down to mid chest, the big gold chain. He was ready for Miami.
He was so pumped to be going to Miami. He's like, oh man. Can you imagine you're playing in Florida and then all of a sudden you're just like, oh, I'm going to stay home. I don't really have to go anywhere. And then all of a sudden it's just like, actually, how about Utah, buddy?
So
But,
this is a big move for Utah.
This is a really
'cause
big move.
They hopped ahead of Miami, who
Yep.
we kept hearing was the promise.
Right.
And he's a big time shooter and big time shot maker. And a lot of the comps that have kind of been thrown out there with him has been Peyton Pritchard. So now the Jazz, now run by Austin Ainge, formerly of the Boston Celtics, have got their really high upside Jason Tatum-esque wing in Ace Bailey, their Peyton Pritchard-esque type of guard in Walter Clayton. The shooting and the kind of immediate impact that he brings is going to be really fun.
And also like everything we've heard, and we've heard this for years, right? Like it seems like they're going to be cleaning out house a little bit here with their roster. Obviously, like guys like Colin Sexton, right? Jordan Clarkson, a lot of these guys. Also, who knows what they're going to end up doing with Walker Kessler? It feels like he's been in rumors this ever since like they drafted him. So
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on with that. But to your point, right? Like the offensive firepower that they're bringing in with Ace and with Walter Clayton, like with Walter Clayton, this guy is just such a nasty shot maker, right? A guy who just fearless, any type of moment, any shot, he's going to take them. Tons of confidence. He's going to be incredible. And so, and regardless of what happens with the guards, and obviously, I feel like this is like a move where they're like cards on the table, like we're going to get rid of these guys. This is a great start. It's a really exciting start. And once again, even for Ace, right? Like for him to come into this context now and to have Walter Clayton come in with him, right? That synergy, the young energy that they're going to have and the scoring ability that they're going to have. This Utah team last year, they were 24th in offensive rating, 30th in defensive rating, a team that really struggled, right? 28th overall in net rating. Like the type of offensive punch that they're going to get with these guys is really, really fun. So I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, and I like that they didn't just take two like home run upside swings either, where they bring in another incredibly, a questionable freshman or something. They're bringing in a guy with a pretty solidified skill set, his experienced winning at a lot of different places, coming off a national title game. So he kind of immediately right away provides some of that veteran leadership, even though he's a rookie.
True. Also, welcome, Steven.
Hey guys.
with the
What's up?
clutch sub. Steven, I wanted to ask you, brother, because you're joining after an absolute roller coaster of a ride of a couple selections that we've made right now. I'm not even going to ask you which pick shocked you the most, but I did want to get your thoughts on the Walter Clayton pick here, how you feel this fits obviously after the A selection, but getting a guy, to Metcalf's point, right? A guy who's going to come in and although he's a rookie, going to have like a little bit of like a veteran type of presence to him, but then obviously his on-court ability to as an offensive player. How are you feeling about this fit?
You know, I felt like the offense kind of spoke for itself his multiple years playing in college, Albert. But the thing that stuck out to me is in a recent show I did, I actually researched his athleticism, and I felt like it went criminally under discussed. I mean, the lowest block percentage that he's had over the past 4 years as a guard was like 1.4. That's stupid, right? Even though he's like kind of small, he's built well to handle the physicality of the NBA, which I think, you know, playing those football highlights was pretty apt of ESPN to do because he is like physically able to handle the challenges that are going to come with the NBA. And then if you look at the amount of dribble jumper threes that he took, like that's crazy on of its own at face value. But then if you think about like the body control, the stop start on a dime with him, his ability to, you know, have that core strength, hang in the air a little bit longer than the contest to be able to block his shot. I was a big fan of just his athleticism, let alone just the sweet jumper that he has.
So now where do we think Brooklyn goes? It looks like pick is in. Got a couple minutes, but Yakashonis.
And KJ's fall has been insane.
And they went Jaeger at 8. I'm just shocked that he's still on the board and falling to the spot. Or do we think they go somebody? Did they go or another international point guard in Nolan Traore? We've heard that rumor.
Danny Wolf is still available.
We've heard some links to Maxime Renaud.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah. This could be the time where the craziness just keeps coming, man. Like big boards are falling to shambles right now. Could be Renaud. I know that there's some people out there that are really high on him, but I wouldn't rule it out.
I mean, Steven, to your point, this is the dream where, oh, sorry. Let me stop talking. Here
we go. Who do we have here? Nolan Traore.
Wow. Okay.
This was a strong possibility, right, Metcalf?
Yeah, and we've heard them linked to Traore at this spot for a while.
Yeah.
Taking Traore over Yakashonis, though, makes zero sense to me.
Look, that scout series that the Nets did, you know, they had one of their supposed to be more parts. I think we've got 3 so far. Maybe the rest come post-draft, but they dedicated a good portion of that to their international scouts. So it is kind of on the nose based on what they have leaked out to the public. I mean, once upon a time, this dude was top 5 in this class. A lot of people are still in on him. He's improved over the season. I'm not the biggest Traore guy, but I kind of see like if the hype on him coming into the year was top 5, you could do a lot worse than kind of going and getting that guy who a lot of people still feel like has some value as a high upside player.
And he's had some incredible stretches this year. Yeah. Like when the shot's falling, he's one of the fastest players in this draft. I love the speed that he plays with, getting downhill, pushing in transition. He gets into the offense super early. It reminded me a lot of how the Pacers play, and where even if like they're not getting a transition bucket, they're over half court and initiating their offense in 2-3 seconds. That's kind of how Traore tended to play throughout the year. But I really question the playmaking. I think everything he does is either a step or two slow or so predetermined. There's a ton of upside. Interesting player. I'm just not sure if the upside is actually more than just a backup point guard.
Metcalf, I imagine you and I being soccer fans, maybe this is an El Clasico type of situation where the Nets grabbed Jaeger Damon from Real Madrid, and then they were like, we can't grab Caspers who played for Barcelona. They're just going to hate each other type of situation. Because, Metcalf, I'm with you. Like when Corey and I, when we did our breakdown of Traore a couple months ago, my biggest thing was like after the Hoop Summit, I was in love, right? Like talking to Coach Marshall Cho, who coached the world team last year and this year. His thing was like, I think Traore might be one of the 3 smartest players I've ever coached, right?
Yeah.
And he had all these glowing reviews about him. And I was in love, right? Like in the preseason stuff when he was top 5, I was right there. I was like, I love this guy. But then it got to a point where I was like, how much was my in-person scout of him at the Hoop Summit kind of skewing my overall objective view of him? And then like I turned the tape on again, I rewatched all the stuff, and I was like, okay, like he just is not hitting any shots at all. And there are like real issues with him. And so Metcalf, I'm with you. Like I get it. Like when he gets downhill, he gets downhill. Like it is electric, it is fast, it is a lot of fun. He is skinny too, though. Like I think that's a real issue, and that's something that Corey talks about all the time. Like when the guy wears the shirt under the jersey, it's usually a sign, right? It usually means something. They're hiding something, and I think with Traore, like you see that in his game as well. It's not just an aesthetic thing where we're like, "Hey, bro, you need to bulk up," but like it's in his game too. When he's playing fast and he's getting into early offense, yes, he can be dynamic getting downhill, but like in a half court setting, sometimes he can really get jammed up, and I don't think he has like awesome wiggle. Don't think he's really gonna like be great about getting past guys. And so if he's not in that type of setting where they're pushing the pace, it might be difficult. I do think the Brooklyn fit is interesting though. This Brooklyn team was really good last year. They had a really high assist percentage as a team overall. Coach Jordi Fernandez has them playing a very unselfish brand of basketball, minus Cam Thomas. But they're trying their best.
You were doing so good.
Style. And I am what I am. But having Traore, right, added into this equation, he could be a guy who could be an engine for more of how Jordi Fernandez wants to play. And then we'll see what happens with the Cam Thomas stuff. But anyway, I wouldn't have taken Traore here over Kasparas. I think Kasparas is a better player right now and also has a ceiling to be better. But I can kind of understand it too.
I also think if Kasparas wasn't on the board, I'd be like, oh, okay. Yeah, like I get the swing. But also taking 2 guards who need the ball in their hand and also have, let's go with questions about the shot, is a choice. It's a big swing. And, I'm more optimistic about Yegor's shot than Traore's. I think Traore's form is a little funky. He can get really hot. There's some games where it's like 4 or 5 or 1 of 7.
Could this be like Flynn Rubio? This isn't a shot. But could this be like Flynn Rubio for like the Nets? Like one of them's got to be good type thing.
But speaking of Kasparas, is Miami going to end up with a guard that a lot of people had in the top 10? So like it kind of sucks for them that they obviously got jumped for Clayton, but are they about to snag one of the highest upside guys now?
I think this is a really interesting one just because obviously like with Miami, they're such a tough defensive team. And so adding a guy like Kasparas where if you're worried about the defense, but like with Kasparas, like, I don't know, like there are some like Goran Dragic vibes to him too, but like he's huge. Like Kasparas 6'6", right? Like big dude, big guard. Once again, we all think he can shoot it. Really good passer. He struggled with an injury, right? He had like a forearm injury or something during the season. So I think that might have affected his shooting too. But I think, wow, if Miami gets him here, this will be like, oh, look at Miami getting the steal, like good for them type of situation.
Yeah, I think it could be really, really fun. But like, because he can play on or off ball. And obviously Tyler Hero took on a ton of creation responsibilities. And I think he would fit really easily, almost right away into that starting point guard spot with that malleability, that on or off ball. I trust the shot. I think it's legit. I like him as a defender, not a big time playmaker, but really fundamentally sound. Could be fun.
Here it goes.
I can't wait to talk about that pick.
There we go. Absolute steal.
There it is.
Kasparas Giannakoulias to the Miami Heat. This is someone who I have at 8 on my board. I would have taken him. Go. The suit game needs some work, but
does it? No, it doesn't.
That's kind of weak.
No, he looks like he's going. Come on, that's what. There is nothing wrong with that. I'm
Looks
not
like he's going
taking
to a
fashion lessons.
It looks
Albert,
like
this is a
he's
classy suit. He
fine.
looks
I
like he's
haven't-
working on Wall Street.
Haven't seen it yet. His dad's
It's a
crying a lot.
presidential suit.
Good for dad. Congrats,
The-
dad. Let's see it.
This is an incredible pick by Miami.
I think this is probably one of the best picks in the first round in terms of pure value. I think this is a complete steal. He's perfect for Miami. He's tough. He's you know, I mean, early I was like, hey, Spurs, my favorite draft. This is a home run. This is an absolute home run for what Miami needs. They need a floor, you know, like a high floor guy with upside. They need a table setter. I think Kasparis, you know, there was a point this year. This was a top 5 guy when he was healthy in the beginning of the year. He looked sensational. Got to work on the turnovers. I think he can get a little bit carried away with trying to make some passes that are unnecessary. But I've had a couple scouts be like, hey, I'd always rather have to pull the reins on someone to pull them back a little bit than have to kind of get their creativity going. The intel was fantastic. Coaches loved him. Metcalf, you saw him in person. You said he was one of the more impressive guys you saw. He's a pro, is what you texted me. So I think getting this at 20, there's talk about him going as high as 8. You know, this was a legit guy, and came back from the injury with the forearm. And it just, you saw his shootings numbers. But Northwestern was one of those games that stood out to me with Kasparis that I was like, this is an absolute dog. This kid has got it. So I love this pick.
I mean, considering they were hoping for Walter Clayton Jr. to fall to them, because I'm sure they were assuming Kasparis was going to go a lot sooner. This is incredible value for Miami. Like, this is insane. I'm sure they're jumping off the walls right now to get a guy of this caliber at this point in the draft. And we've talked about it before. Like, we've seen him we've all seen him in person before. You know, we've seen the physique. Even last year when we saw him, like, big shoulders on the kid, like he looked like he was physically ready for the NBA. And then, like, you watch his game, and to your point, guys, like, he's a pro, a guy that played, you know, in Barcelona overseas and then came over for Illinois last season, had a good freshman season, even with the numbers being what they are in terms of like the outside shooting numbers and the turnovers or whatever. But I mean, he was a freshman, dealt with an injury, right? And the thing with him is, like, not only is he a professional, but I think he's going to be just fine. People worry about, like, some of the quickness with him or advantage creation stuff. I'm not worried about that stuff at all. I really like how he attacks the rim. Even, like, I like his finishing at the rim. I think there's a lot there to like. Yeah. So my thing with him is, like, and you put him in Miami, good God, like, this is such a great fit for him. And to your point, Metcalf, what you mentioned before, like, the context of him having a Tyler Hero there, where he's not going to walk in feeling all this pressure to be like the lead engine of their offense, and he can kind of find his rhythm and kind of play through his, you know, rookie season bumps. This is an incredible outcome, not just for Miami, but for Kasparis, the player, and his development as well.
Yeah, and just the 2-man game stuff that him and Bam can run with Ware spacing the floor as well. A lot of fun, but I think we're doing a line change here. So on the way out, Washington's up next. I'm going to lean towards they should go with Danny Wolf. See you all later.
It's an incredible opportunity for me right now as we're making our little line change here. Every part of me wants to talk about the draft, but I've got Rowan Kent joining me right now, and I have Jam Hines. And as Rowan is now joining us, I don't see his face yet, but I can feel it in his soul. He knows that I'm going to make some sort of Seattle Mariners joke right now and attack Cal Raleigh in some way. But we're here to talk about the draft. And I'm really excited to talk to you guys about basketball, not the New York Yankees or the Seattle Mariners or any other team. We're talking basketball tonight. Rowan, first time on camera right now during our stream. How are you feeling? How are you responding to Hanson Yang? What's going on?
I mean, hands and faces, like, laughing. It's really similar. Like, I didn't have Yang that high. I think he was around in the, like, 30s, 40s. That would have been, like, the acceptable range in my mind. But obviously, Portland feels different. They really want to get him in the building. I don't understand in the way that I don't think you might have with, like, Klingon, with what they were building otherwise. Right. They must feel different. they must feel that they have a plan, that they have seen enough that he can contribute and can really bring a lot to the core that they have. I mean, the core seems to be solidifying around Scoot, getting to get more minutes with Holiday as the veteran leader behind him. We're going to see a different Portland roster than the one that I think finished 23-18 after that midway point. We're going to see a team that believes they can push towards the play-in, and Yang is supposed to be a big part of that. So I'm really excited to see how that turns out, because might not have been the way I would have built it.
Yeah. No, I think those are all great points. Jam, once again, this is like an annual tradition for me, but I'm always on the screen with on the stream with people I've never recorded with before. But Jam, I'm so excited to be here with you. Wanted to ask you, currently we have, with all the trades and all the madness going on, it's hard to keep up sometimes, but we have the Washington Wizards on the clock, right? A team, a very interesting team that's made some interesting decisions. Want to kind of get your feedback on where you feel like they're going to go with this pick, and how you feel like this kind of rebuild is going overall, because I think we all like the really young and fun roster that they have. They made some really interesting veteran additions to this roster, right? Obviously adding CJ McCollum now as well. Who do you think they're going to take here, and how do you feel about this, the project overall that they have going on in DC?
Well, first of all, excited to be on the stream with you and Rowan. I appreciate you guys in advance carrying me through this. So you guys are the best. But yeah, so I love what they're doing rebuilding wise with Will Dawkins, Michael Winger, and company. I love what they've been able to do last year when you get guys like Bub, Alex Sarr, of course. Keyshawn George showed a lot. AJ Johnson, when he came in via the trade with Milwaukee, and through his time, he played really well and had some really encouraging moments there for him.
Right.
For this rebuild definitely needs kind of that more potential star. I do like Bub, of course, and Sarr, but I'm not sure if they're quite that perennial all-star, maybe borderline superstar type of upside with them. We'll see, which is honestly, being here locally, here with DC, like, it hurt my heart, I can't lie, to not be first or second, getting Cooper or Dylan to kind of really lead the way, and having them next to this young core. But here, like at this pick, they can go a bunch of different ways to get it in. I'm hoping it's Danny Wolf.
Let's see who the pick is. Here we go. Whoa.
Oh.
Will Riley. Okay, so it looks like the Washington Wizards are taking Will Riley. That's a man. Okay, my brain is trying to understand this pick. I think it's a really interesting one, right? We're talking about a team that took Trey Johnson earlier in the draft. Now they're adding another very interesting offensive player. I can kind of get it, right? Like this Washington team with what they did last year, grabbing a lot of guys who are kind of positionless, can do a lot of things. Like if we talk about a Bub, him being like more of a combo, but he can play on and off ball, right? Adding a Keyshawn George, right? Him being like a very additive glue guy type of wing. And then now you kind of take a shot on Will Riley, right? Will Riley being a little bit of a wild card here. Rowan, kind of want to get your thoughts on this one, just because like we understand the high end potential with a guy like Will Riley, but there are clearly things that he's going to have to tighten up and improve upon before we think he can be like a really rock solid contributing player. But want to get your thoughts on Will a little bit here.
Yeah, I think in talking about players who have that wide range, personally, I like them to go to a spot where they can have a lot of structure around them, have veterans be able to step into a role that isn't too much too soon, with like scouting reports that can know like Will Riley weighs 186 pounds. So we can attack him with like men who are physically ready, who've been playing in the league for a decade. I'm not sure if the Wizards are exactly the type of team that I think is ready to put that framework around him. On the flip side, with someone who has as much upside as Riley, he's someone who showed, even at like his younger age for this draft class, like he can put up a lot of points. He can do things that not everyone at his size can do as a scoring wing. So the option is there. Obviously, Ace Bailey is a different story, but there's a reason that Ace wanted to go to the Wizards. you have the potential chance to step into a role. There are going to be touches available, and Riley's going to get those probably off the bench. But at this point, there are a few players in the rebuild that you can, maybe Sarr, Koulibaly, that you really know you can count on. This team finished low. We haven't seen the version that will get them to the into the playoffs. Riley has a chance to be a big part of that, but the range of outcomes is one where I'm a little bit intrigued at the spin of the wheel to see which Riley they'll end up with.
But Jam, before I get to you, I do want to say, like, timeline wise, though, it makes sense to me, right? Like, okay, Rowan, to your point, right? Will Riley, a lot still to work on, right? But I really like some of the stretches that he had during the season. He didn't have maybe the consistent season you would have wanted from him, but I really like the way that he ended the season. I like how towards the end of the season, he took more on-ball reps, how, Illinois, they trusted him to do more of that. And with, like, I actually think he's going to be a good shooter from outside. I think there's some really, like, something that Corey used to say all the time was, like, Will Riley is like the other Ball brother that just people didn't know about, is kind of the vibe you get from him. And I get that. But ultimately, the point that I want to make is the reason why I think it's interesting for him to be with Washington is because some of the vets that they have, right? So, Jam, want to ask you, how are you feeling about this pick?
I like the upside swing, just like both of you have already saying. It's a pass, dribble, shoot, wing with some defensive tools, despite being, pretty thin and everything, but he's competitive on that end as well, too. But yeah, I'm really a believer in the shooting as well. I think he'll be able to space the floor, give you some similar things to what Trey Johnson does as well, too. I do think, I believe a little bit more in that ceiling for Trey, which I think obviously why he went higher as well. And I'd also say in the chat about Neek Clifford. I would have liked Neek there. Mm-hmm. Danny Wolf would have been nice too. But when you spoke of the timeline as well, they don't expect to be in the play-in or playoffs next year, or really maybe not even the year after that, to be quite honest. But I think maybe, year 2 or so, well, it's technically year 3 for them. But in year 3, I think that's when they're really going to be trying to compete. So it certainly fits with their timeline, while still giving them the upside that maybe someone that maybe like Neek doesn't quite have, although I do still believe in the upside of Danny Wolf, who would have been my other favorite for that pick as well. Him playing next to Sarr, I think could have been pretty interesting.
Well, with that being said, it looks like we have Brooklyn on the clock after a plethora of trades. But it looks like, Brooklyn's going to make this pick. I still think Brooklyn, really interesting team, right? We've already talked about them a bunch tonight because they've made a couple choices. But Jam, wanted to kind of follow up with you here. A lot of fun guys still left on the board. A lot of guys that we thought were going to go earlier, like a Danny Wolf, right?
Yes.
Neek Clifford, Liam McNeely, still a lot of guys left on the board. With they've gone international, both picks so far. You think they keep that trend going, or we're going to see someone domestic finally?
I think they probably go domestic, but I mean, just what we mentioned with the thing with the Brooklyn Nets, like they are just a complete blank slate that really could go anywhere. But once again, it's a good spot for Danny Wolf. I like here. Neek Clifford, someone who can help them now in the future. Yeah. McNeely, ready-made shooter. Rasheer Fleming, 3-and-D type of guy as well. If they want to go the international route, Ben Seraph is there too. So I think there are a lot of different ways that they can go for a team that is still trying to figure out what exactly they want to do. But the playing time and the opportunity is going to be there for whoever they pick. And I think that's one of the great things about getting a chance to go to Brooklyn.
If Brooklyn just went full international and grabbed Ben Seraph here, I don't even know what we would do. But Rowan, kind of wanted to get your thoughts as well. I mean, I think this team, as we've been talking about, blank slate, right? But they've brought in some real passers in Traore and Demon. Where do you think they might go? Or actually, more importantly, where would you go? Who would be your choice here for the Brooklyn Nets?
I love what they did with the first two. It is a blank slate, but I was big on Traore. I think Demon is someone, like, they've gone ball handlers. They've gone high upside swings. We're not the only ones recognize the blank slate. Like, the Nets front office knows that whoever's going to be on the great next Nets team is maybe some of these 5. Like, they're hoping all 5. It might not be, but I think Danny Wolf, I understand like maybe some of the defensive concerns. I think I more view it of what can he do. He's someone who can bring a lot of the offense to the front court. I don't know if they would keep Nick Claxton. You hear the whispers, you see the Twitter rumors, but they can keep Claxton and they can play double big lineups in the way that the Timberwolves did with Gobert and Naz Reid or with Cat. Those are lineups they can play. Wolf would be where I'd go.
The pick coming in.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh. Drake Powell. Oh my goodness. Okay, Drake Powell from UNC, a no ceilings favorite, some might say, or no one might say. But Drake Powell, very, very interesting pick. We've at Maxwell Bombeck wrote a beautiful piece on Drake Powell, kind of the enigma that is Drake Powell and some of the plus minus that you get, and you kind of wonder what the net outcome is with a guy like Drake Powell. But Rowan, wanted to get your thoughts on Drake here, just because I can understand what Brooklyn is thinking when they grab a guy like Drake Powell. Defensively, you're hoping he kind of is your perimeter stopper, a guy that you can throw out there and he can guard a Luka Doncic or he can guard a Jason Tatum. I understand that. My concern with Drake Powell is the highlights of him playing defense are really fun and overall are kind of fun, but there are also a lot of low lights and also a lot of moments where he kind of has the Tobias Harris effect and you're not really sure if the team is playing with 4 players on the floor instead of 5. So Rowan, wanted to kind of get your thoughts on Drake Powell here with Brooklyn and how you view him as a prospect.
I started pretty high on Powell in the pre-draft. I watching him in high school. He was someone who looked to have actual two-way force. I came in maybe with different understandings of the Tar Heels as a team, and I'm not sure if he was maybe put in the best position to show off what makes him a highly touted recruit. That defense, the wingspan that he has, that's something that can translate pretty quickly. And then talking about the other side, the offense maybe taking a little bit longer, to put it mildly. This is the blank slate. I can keep coming back to that because the Nets aren't expected to play winning minutes for basketball. We don't know if some of their best players, Cam Johnson, if D'Angelo Russell, if they will be leaving to then vacate spots for Powell, for Traore to get to play through the difficult stretches. There was a time, a few years ago, the Thunder were playing eye-watering basketball and not tears of joy. But those reps that players had let them become who they were today to make that run. This is obviously not saying that Powell can be, the next additive star to a title team. But one of the only ways you'll find that out is by drafting a guy with his measurables, his motor, the intensity he can bring on defense, and letting him hit the pan. Does he stay lit? We'll find out that way.
Yeah, I think theoretically for me, I would have liked, after grabbing Demon and Traore, I would have liked if they grabbed a wing who could dribble the basketball. But I mean, to each their own. Jam, some of your thoughts on Drake Powell before we transition over to what the Hawks might do.
Surprised with the Powell pick. Not that he's in the first round. And I know that's a lot of the buzz that we were getting, intel we were getting that he would be in the first, it looked like. Maybe not to Brooklyn. So that was very surprising. If they wanted to go wing, I thought it would be Nick Clifford, give you someone who can dribble, and it was very important. That pass, dribble, shoot wing, who may not have quite the upside as Drake Powell, but who's to say that Powell actually gets to that upside? Right. And I do understand the feelings for Powell here. Theoretically, he's another 3-and-D wing where he looks a little better in high school, played a little bit out of position at UNC, as Rowan alluded to and talked about, played a lot of the 4, which is not his natural position, didn't help him out at all at UNC. And then we're going to keep saying blank slate for Brooklyn, but you have Danny Wolf there, one of the more unique bigs in the class. It's why not get a chance for him to go get some reps? Doesn't have to look like Michigan. You can scale it down, but someone who's that creative with the ball in his hands, that size, that feel, that you can't really teach. Can also dribble, very important, and has been shooting the ball well in workouts, has some upside there as a shooter. I just thought there was a couple different routes that they could go instead of going Drake Powell. But shout out to Drake Powell, man. Like, you can call the family. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you. Congrats to him. And we're going to kind of transition here now to the Atlanta Hawks, who are up here at 23 after another trade. My draft stream notes are all over the place trying to keep up, but this Atlanta team is really interesting, right? Obviously, this week they make the trade for Kristaps Porzingis. They're gonna still have Trae Young there. Jalen Johnson coming back from injury. Their roster is kind of going to be interesting to watch, right? I think some of the unrestricted free agents they have like Karis LeVert, Clint Capella, Larry Nance Jr. Wow, I don't know why that was so hard for me to say, but it's going to be interesting to see what route they go here. Obviously, last year, Risa Shea was their pick at 1, had a strong rookie season. Dyson Daniels came in, had his glow up. They kind of have a new regime, though, right? Landry Fields is out and Ansi Salah is in now, kind of, leading this draft. I think it's really interesting, Jam, with them having Kristaps Porzingis now in tow. Obviously a very interesting offensive player. He's over 30 now. He struggled with whatever mystery illness he had last season, was really not himself in the playoffs for the Boston Celtics, especially in that second round against the Knicks. I think big should be something that they strongly consider here. For this pick. How do you feel about this, Jam? Like, I feel like grabbing a Danny Wolf here could be interesting, maybe looking elsewhere, whatever, but I feel like grabbing a big here would be a nice choice for the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, I'm beating the same drum here. Like, I'm in agreement with you here. Danny Wolf would be great. Him and Porzingis working together as your 4 and 5, and then with Trae, I really do like that. And then once again, Nick Clifford, plug and play. He's right there as a 3-and-D guard. A 3-and-D wing, who can handle the ball and defend at the point of attack and be just another defensive player out there alongside of Trae, which is, obviously what they're looking to have behind a player who the Trae's stature and defensive shortcomings, so to speak. So we'll see what they grab.
Right. All right. Well, Adam Silver's about to give us his pick, but yeah.
I think they'll double up there. Like, I just wow. I thought once they got Porzingis, this was out of the question.
Wow. Okay. Wow. This is a really interesting one. Asa Newell, another guy that some people thought was going to go a little bit higher than this. At this point, I think this is like a really fair range for Asa Newell, right? Before we get into the breakdown, I actually love the suit. We're seeing a lot of guys in the double-breasted suit tonight. And I think some of them, maybe the color choices were a little boring. Like before, Rucker didn't like the Kasper's one. I think the Kasper's double-breasted was fine. I think maybe the color choice was a little bit boring, but Asa, beautiful lavender suit, light blue shirt underneath, a lot of beautiful accessories, iced out bracelet. Awesome. Looks freaking awesome. But enough about the fit. Rowan, I mean, I think this is a fair spot for him to go. Asa was one of the hardest evals for me. And look, I get it. Like, he's a really, like, when you look at him aesthetically, he seems like a really interesting big. You want to believe in the jumper. You want to believe in him being this like really unique big for you, but I don't like the wingspan on him. I thought a lot of his like higher moments came against lower competition. I don't want to be too harsh, but Rowan, give us some of your thoughts on Asa, because he was a really, really difficult eval for me.
I wrote about Newell back in like late January, I think right in the middle of conference play. And so at that time, like, I was higher on him. I was seeing a lot of the highs that you were seeing. There's a lot of athleticism that he brings. Defensively, he isn't full center size, whether it's like wingspan or weight. The effort and the motor that he plays with, his technique to be able to rotate from the weak side, it's not strong enough to play center, but it's strong enough to have an impact at the NBA level. The offense, I was more interested in the fact of how he scaled up his usage from what he had, before on the high school dream team when he was maybe 4th banana. You could argue like 5th if you're thinking about think Curtis Givens was even on that team of who's getting a lot of usage there. That's more of the role that he's about to go back to with the Hawks. I think he'll have a really good chance to play off of, I mean, unless they trade him, Trae Young in Atlanta, someone who's shown that he can set the table for players like Okongwu, for a lot of players on the wing. I think that's why an argument for Nique Clifford being able to hit shots that are delivered right to the shooter's pocket. But how about lobs that are given after like a screen and roll? How about being able to cover for inevitably when Trae Young gets beat on the perimeter? I like this fit. I think there have been some whispers, some side eyes of how he had done for the Hawks in some workouts, and they were able to trade down, get him. This seems like a pretty solid, not a swing for the fences, but a belief in his ability to fit into their rotation next year without overtaxing him.
Jam, I felt like when we saw the Asa pick, it seemed like you had a bit of a strong reaction. How are you feeling about this pick? I still think it's a really interesting one.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit surprised. I thought they would try to go with a different type of big to work next to Porzingis. But as we talked about, this is kind of where the tea leaves were pointing for them to go with him or with Asa or Behringer, just someone that fits that run, that rim runner, that lob threat, that can play seamlessly next to Trae and cover for him defensively as well. So it makes sense there. And then you have Porzingis who can step out and shoot. Where did you guys kind of fall in on Asa shooting? Do you believe in him more of a mid-range shooter, three-point shooter?
I think the idea is for him to eventually become a long-range three-point shooter. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the Shams bomb is right now. Let's see. Okay, wow, here we go. The Sacramento Kings are trading for the number 24th pick. I won't announce who they're taking, but it looks like they're trading for this 24th pick here, which is an interesting one. I wish Nick Johnson was on the stream with us right now to hear his thoughts. But Jam, I think you're going to be really happy with this pick here, and it looks like Adam Silver is coming up to announce it. So here we go. Looks like they're taking. Yep, here we go. So, looks like the Sacramento Kings are taking Nique Clifford. Wow, that's a really fun one. That's a really, really interesting one. I think the most important thing for me, my initial reaction is I just love Nique Clifford as a player. And this is something that I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think sometimes NBA front offices can get a little too carried away with age. I get it. I know Nique is 23. Like I'm not an idiot. I can count. I can read numbers. The thing that I think is important about Nique is his development, right? All the time that he spent in college, the last couple of years, he really improved as an outside shooter in his last season for Colorado State, shooting 37.7% from three on decent volume. My biggest thing with him is, like, I've heard different comps. I think the Josh Hart comp is a really interesting one just because Nique is such a freakish rebounder for a guard. Him being 6'6" in shoes, just like his relentlessness on the defensive boards and what he can do as a guard, grabbing and going, pushing the pace, playing in transition. For the Kings to get Clifford here to move up and get him here, I think is such a smart move for them. Rowan, kind of want to get your thoughts on the pick, the fit, how you feel about Nique overall, because I think he's just an absolutely phenomenal player.
I feel really similar. I've had the chance to see Nique not only like this season for the March Madness games in Seattle, but the year before I went up to Colorado State to watch the rivalry game between the Buffs, between the Rams. And what you were sort of touching on, the development that he has had from last year, where he blew up. A lot of us here at No Ceilings were really in on him as a first round guy. He came back, and instead of playing off of Isaiah Stevens on the team before, he was the focal point. You can look at like the great shooting percentages, the assist numbers that he has compared to the turnovers. There's a heavier on ball load than he'd had before, but now you can offer like the best of both worlds. For the Kings, Clifford is going to be able to hit set shots, play off of Sabonis, play off of Malik Monk, play off of other players who are attracting a lot of attention. Or he can have the chance to, in maybe a second unit with Devin Carter, get to use some of that on-ball pop, get to play really however the Kings need. You can never have too many wings that solve problems you have on the court. Right. And especially when you could argue maybe Keegan Murray being a bigger wing but fitting more down in the front court. Clifford is someone who the Kings have been looking for a player like him for a while, and now can be able to plug him into whatever lineup they want. Home run. We've been talking about him for the past few picks. Finally, someone took him. I love it.
I think overall, still, this Kings roster is so strange. Obviously, with them, I mean, you mentioned Sabonis and Monk, but also they've got Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan as well on this roster. So very strange. But obviously, Jam, you love this pick. You love the player. Talk to us, your perspective on the fit as well and the value at this point.
Yeah, I think this is tremendous value here. And I think so far out of the guys, there are a couple guys that like outside of the lottery here, but Neek is one of my favorites to return lottery value for guys who've been selected outside of the lottery, possibly even really top 10 value. Plug and play guy, can play next to Sabonis and LaVine and DeRozan. If DeRozan's still going to be there, we'll kind of see how Sacramento really wants to go. And then honestly, my favorite suit of the night. Like I just absolutely love Neek's suit and the kicks as well. It was just an A+ fit. So I'm looking forward to see what he does. Someone that's going to help Sacramento right away, a team that is trying to win. So I think he can help them both in the short term and long term. And then the taller Josh Hart comp, I absolutely love that. A better shooting Josh Hart too. Well, we'll see how everything plays out outcome wise, but I just absolutely love that comp.
And with that being said, now we transition to Orlando, and this is a team that had one tumultuous season, right? And but at the same time, just made a huge trade and went and grabbed Desmond Bane and gave up a lot to get him. But at the same time, like, we look at this team and the roster that they have, the young talent that they have. We're talking about a team that has two really great forwards, right? Obviously, in Franz and Paolo. I think this is a really interesting point in the draft because of how much is still out there and available. Guys that we were really, really high on. Rowan, if you can give us some insight on where you think, like, I feel like for years we've been like, hey, they got to grab some shooters, they got to add shooting, blah, blah. Well, they grabbed Desmond Bane, right? So maybe that puts them in a position where they don't feel like they need to grab a shooter here. Like I probably would have been like, hey, go get Liam McNeely. I still probably would, but there are other options available to them. Rowan, how are you feeling about this pick? Where do you think Orlando might go with this one?
I still think shooting. I love that they grabbed Bane. I think Bane can really work in a great synergistic way. 33 pointers attempted 30th in percentage. They could use some shooting.
Okay, here's a pick. Here we go. Wow.
Makes sense. Yeah.
That's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, the Orlando Magic grab Jace Richardson, and this is a solid pick. We were just talking about Rowan, the importance of shooting. Jam, I'm going to hand it over to you before we do our line change. But Jam, talk to us about this fit, because Jace is such an interesting prospect, right? A guy who played a very defined role for Michigan State last year, wasn't given a ton of freedom or like bandwidth to try a lot of different things, but definitely is a guard that you can tell has more to him than he was able to show during his 1 year at Michigan State. Obviously a lights out shooter. Jam, talk to us about this fit and the player Jace Richardson overall.
Yeah, just a really tremendous connective player with his ability to shoot the ball, spot up, can handle it in the second side, play a little pick and roll, the feel, and then obviously the NBA bloodline, something that I always value. And I believe for him, be able to play with just the size that's with Orlando. We talk about Franz and Paolo, Wendell Carter, just the guys that they have. Jonathan Isaac's still there, and obviously Jalen Suggs defensively too, Anthony Black. So there's just a lot of different guys with size and defensive chops that can kind of compensate for some of the concerns about Jace's size being listed at 6'1" and kind of some of the defensive concerns there, despite, the instincts that he does have on that end. But just the concerns about his size, I think it just really fits well with that Magic team and just complements perfectly. And it's the reason why he was rumored to go to Orlando being one of his top spots for a long time now.
Before we go, guys, I just want to say last thing about Jace. Like, this Orlando team, they were second in the league in defensive rating, but offensive rating, they were 27th. So grabbing a guy like Jace with what he can potentially be as an offensive player, and where you may have concerns about his stature and defensive ability, this is the perfect team to kind of wrap those arms around him and be like, you're going to be okay, buddy. But before we do our line change, thank you so much, Jam. Thank you so much, Rowan, for joining me during this time. This has been incredible. Really excited for the rest of the draft, and thanks for hanging with us, guys.
Of course. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
That was awesome. Shout out to those three. You guys killed it. Albert, I like Albert hosted a little. He's got a little extra swagger there. It's kind of nice. Nick's got the Kings hat. I'm so pumped, baby. We're back in Sacramento.
Of course, my stream crashes the moment that the Kings thing is announced. Isn't that lovely? No, I'm not going to lie, y'all. I was running out of energy real hard about 3 picks or so ago, and then the Sacramento Kings made one of the most non-stupid moves they've made in a very long time. I'm incredibly excited. I love Nick Clifford as a prospect. He's so thoroughly what this Kings team desperately needed last season. It's like, I almost regret a little bit that they couldn't have drafted him last year, that he couldn't have, stuck around and been a part of this team last year. But I mean, unless the trade package ends up being Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, and every single future first-round picks the Kings have for Neek, it's going to be hard for me not to love this trade. I mean, they need defense desperately. They need shooting desperately from people that are not named Keon Ellis, and Neek in Sacramento is just such a perfect fit. And, I know he's 37 years old, but guess what? He's going to be a better basketball player at 37 years old than most of the people taken ahead of him. So I'm really excited. I'm energy-wise. I'm back. Let's do this, y'all.
We got no audio from you, Corey. Classic.
Again, behind the scenes. Friend of the show, Nick Clifford. Shout out to Nick. We're stoked for that. Here's my question now, Rucker. Who's on your best available list?
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think right now. I think you get McNeely. I think McNeely's got to come into the conversation. Ugo, I think. Danny Wolf, I think, for me is one where I'm not too shocked that he's on the board, but I still feel like, hey, someone's got to go get Danny Wolf soon. What about you, Corey and Nick? What do you guys think each? Like, what would be your best available right now? I think McNeely needs to come off the board pretty quick.
Yeah, mine would be McNeely and Rasheer Fleming. I mean, we'd heard that Rasheer was potentially dropping, so I'm not quite as surprised. I mean, given that OKC traded the pick, I'm not surprised that McNeely fell past them. If they'd held on to that pick, I would have been surprised if he wasn't the selection at 24. But those two guys plus Ben Saroff are the 3 highest guys left on my board at this point.
Yeah, I have McNeely and Wolf as well as my 2 top rated prospects. I like Saroff as well. Fleming I have right in the mix. I mean, the usual suspects. I'm interested to see where Brooklyn goes here. We heard that Renault is a guy who they would be interested in. They have a ton of options. I guess that's the point of having 5 picks in a draft. The pick is in according to the stream. So we should be getting that soon, but why not take Danny Wolf? If you're going with all these playmaking, why not add another one?
It's kind of electric if they do it. I'm still interested to kind of see their direction here. I feel like the Traore and Jaeger, it's like, okay, fine, but like let's see what else you're thinking here. So I would like Wolf. I would get kind of excited with like, hey, you got some real basketball IQ and vision. if you add that in the mix. But yeah, still curious to see what they're going to do here. There's a lot of names on the board that I'm still a little surprised about. So this is getting juicy.
Who else on the board are you surprised is still there?
I thought Ugo might have been just. I know he didn't play a bunch this year, but there's still teams that like him a lot. But also, it's like, well, if you like him a ton, where are you going to swing on him? I think Kalkbrenner is still a bit of a sleeper. I know we were kind of thinking of him as the end of the first round. You mentioned Reynaud, Adutiero will be an interesting one too. Like it's just, we always see this, like it takes a couple swings by the teams ahead, and then you get really those second round picks. Now the top ones are very valuable. So it's just going to be interesting to kind of see what the end of this first round is. Adam Silver.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world for Brooklyn to select an international guy with their, fourth first-round pick. Maybe he doesn't come over. We'll see how that turns out. But, I mean, with 5 first-round picks, it's hard to sign all of them. But Brooklyn's entire team basically is either free agents or restricted free agents. So it's possible, but, I mean, it makes sense for it to be an international guy here.
Corey, is that just a value thing? If you're a team with just like, hey, your roster's so stripped, are you just being like, hey, we just need value? Maybe Jaeger, you're thinking, has versatility, or Saraf could play both positions, or you just build in depth? Like that's amazing. This is electric.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Powell selection, they've gone with guys who can dribble and pass. I know the dribble pass shoot guys are in vogue. They've gone with dribble pass guys, but still they're dribble pass guys that I like. I'm lower on Traore. I think I had him more in my second round range. I'm much more in on Ben here than the Traore pick. But again, like if you have 5 picks, you could swing. Like both of these guys had lottery buzz coming into this pre-draft cycle. Ben Saraf at the FIBA tournament last summer was unfreaking believable. Like he was throwing up monster scoring games. He was diming people up. He was incredible. So I think that, at the talent at this point, get guys who are skilled and who are big and who are long. They're showing Danny Wolf on the screen right now, and he looks a little upset. He's teary-eyed. So you feel for him for dropping a little bit. Think he'd be interesting in Brooklyn still. We just talked about him as a guy who, if they're looking for point guards, Danny Wolf just played as a 7-foot point guard. I mean, knowing what we know about this Nets rebuild and how they were looking for 16-game players, according to the scout series. Nick, do you think they are doing their job of finding those players?
Well, I shouldn't say too much because I think I'm the only person on this call right now who doesn't despise Nolan Traore and want to burn Paris to the ground purely for the fact that Nolan Traore is from there.
I don't hate him. Easy, relax.
Oh, fine. All right. Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of the philosophy here is they're taking swings because, they're a team that has very much bought into the superstar ethos in the past and don't really have one right now unless you really think Cam Thomas is that guy. I don't. So, I mean, it makes sense from that perspective. I'm a bit surprised that they traded into the first round as opposed to consolidating, 4 of their picks and trading for some. They instead picked up another one, which was not what I was expecting. But I mean, in terms of just purely swinging for let's try and get someone in the building who can be a superstar for us, I get it from that perspective. But, again, there's a lot of clunkiness there. And because Brooklyn's entire roster is up in the air, it's hard to even tell who's going to be around next season. But, clearly with the players they're picking, there's at least the idea that we'll try and get the highest upside guy we can.
Corey, I'm putting you in GM mode here. Brooklyn, you just took all these guards, these playmakers. Do you just say, screw it, we're doubling down? Obviously, it doesn't look like they're going to probably take Danny Wolf here if Danny was looking pretty upset. But I feel like this even gets me more excited about McNeely.
I would go with Liam here. again, they obviously need shooters considering who they've taken in this draft. Granted, his percentage wasn't much better than theirs, but he's 6'8". It does look like the pick is in here.
Pick is in.
They're breaking down one of the trades. Yeah,
I can't stand when they announce the trade terms an hour later.
Yeah. Who's this for? Anybody who's watching this, we already know.
It's for the 7 people in the building, Corey.
All right, there it is.
Oh, there were tears of happiness. I thought we were crushing my guy. I was like, we can't do the Aaron Rodgers treatment. I like this. Brooklyn says, "Screw it. We're someone's gonna get the assist."
No,
I like it. It's fun.
I am actually excited to attend Brooklyn Net games next year. They're not going to be pretty, but they're going to have a lot of exciting guys to keep tabs on now. Absolute just international explosion for them.
They're not, you know what? I mess with this draft now. If Wolf's the icing on top of the cake, like, I get this now. If you're like, hey, we're just gonna get high feel guys with good passing vision, and then we're gonna put the big man in the middle and kind of just see what we got. And I don't think Yegor's upside's sensational. Saroff, we've heard his mentality is just alpha, like he's not afraid of anyone. Then you get Traore as maybe a little bit of a lightning bottle. Danny Wolf is the big man in the middle. I like this. I think this is great value.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've had Danny Wolf going in the lottery in a lot of our mocks. So to get him here at 27 at the back end of the first round, which also is not shocking. We know how this draft plays out. The draft is predictable. Danny Wolf, to be honest, if you told Danny Wolf he was going to pick 27, before the season started, that's probably a win, right? Like, this is a guy who was not necessarily on first round radars coming into the year, coming off of, his time at Yale. So I think it's really interesting. Again, Brooklyn they're just stacking picks. The only one, I think the most puzzling one for me is probably Drake.
That one. Yeah. Yep.
But ultimately they got a ton of really interesting players who have interesting skill sets. We're going to see if any of them can shoot.
The Drake one puzzled me because I just thought, if you could have gotten Neek there, that would have been a nice little combo of like adults and skilled and versatility. You know what I'm saying? Like the youth and the age. But I also get you're swinging. You're swinging.
As we learn, NBA teams really value age.
Yes, they do.
These older guys, I mean, Cedric Howard was the lone lottery old guy, and he's one of these kind of rare, odd development guys, right? But yeah, interesting pick. The Celtics are on the clock now.
Oh, pick is in already.
The pick is in.
Okay. So, all right.
Rucker, out of the remaining guys, who are you kind of hoping for as the Celtic fan on the stream?
I'm gonna shock all of you at No Ceilings. Right now, I'm hoping for Liam. I think this is where you would be very smart for Boston to be like, we're taking. No, I know they took Sharm and they're probably thinking year two, but I would just get another one, like get another talented guy. I've kind of bought in Liam late, just kind of like looking back at like his situation at UConn, him playing after he got a little banged up. So I think that one would make some sense. I think Rasheer Fleming makes some sense. Kalkbrenner's been thrown around there a lot too. Like I think you can go some different routes here, but I don't know. A lot of names. Maybe they go Ugo. Maybe they try to bring Ugo over or something. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, Nick. We only have a few more picks in this first round. There's going to be a lot of talent potentially available in the second round, and we can talk about that as it happens. What direction do you think the Celtics should go here?
So there's a difference between what I think they should do and what I think they will do, and I don't mean that as much of an insult as it sounds like I do. But I mean, if I were to put money on it, I would put money on Ryan Kalkbrenner, just because that's been the buzz pretty consistently. Pick is in.
The Boston Celtics select Ugo Gonzalez.
Wow. Okay.
I hope he comes over right away, and I could not be more excited for Celtics fans to see Ugo. Summer League people, Celtics are going to go like, "Oh my gosh!" Some Celtics fans are going to be fun. Is it no? But like, I'm being serious. This is an interesting one because I think Ugo might have been a much higher pick if he wasn't on that roster this year. I think there was a lot of fans, but that was a very talented team, and the fact that he even got 10 minutes a game is eye-opening. So I think with Ugo, you got to talk about like the athleticism, the competitiveness. He's feisty. There's some playmaking. I thought he's looked a little bit better with his shot. I think it's trending in the right direction, but there's a lot of upside here. This is a really fun one, especially for a team like the Celtics. You need to build some depth for the future too. I think that's a fun one.
Yeah, I wrote about Hugo earlier this year and watched basically every minute that he played because there weren't all that many of them. But I mean, the Real Madrid roster, we've said it again and again, was stacked to the point that the fact that he got as many minutes per game as he did is kind of astounding. I mean, he's so good at just finding a way to fit in, finding a way to get he's one of the best cutters in the class, maybe that I've ever evaluated. Just so smart with his off-ball play. The question is, can he shoot well enough to allow the rest of his off-ball arsenal to play up? But even if he doesn't, I mean, that Boston team has plenty of people who can and will shoot the basketball. And so if Hugo just sort of comes in, is a defensive rotation piece for about as many minutes per game as he just played for Real Madrid, I think that's a huge get for the Celtics.
And just to give context as to the low minutes, because you mentioned, how stacked that team is. We're talking Mario Hezonja, Dzanan Musa, Sergio Lual, Campazzo, Usman Garuba, Serge Ibaka, Walter Tavares, Bruno Fernando. I believe Dennis Smith Jr. was on the team at one point.
Gershon Yabusele played more minutes per game with the Sixers this year than he played with Real Madrid last year.
So, Hugo, he just was in a tough spot, but, understand that doesn't mean that he didn't develop this year just because he wasn't getting the in-game reps. Imagine what practices against those guys is going to be like and what that's going to do. And if you really want to see what he's capable of going against his peers, watch the FIBA tape where he really, consistently was one of the best players in his generation. I think Stevens is having himself an off season.
Yeah, I think this pick could shock some people, and I'm not trying to be biased, but like this is also, I think you bring him over. I don't think you're stashing Ugo. I think you bring him over. This is a tip dunk garbage man, flies out of nowhere, screams at people in the face. Like Ugo plays with fire, and I think Corey, you're spot on. It's a really big thing. Like, yeah, he didn't play a lot this year on the court, but like, think about who he's practicing against every day. Like, that's almost a full roster of former NBA guys. Like, this team was a wagon. So, and if you did watch this stuff before, you're like, this kid rocks. So, I think you saw how quickly Boston turned that in with all those names on the board. So, I think you're ecstatic there, and you get the swing there. And then Boston's probably also looking at the names saying, look, we got, the second pick tomorrow. We might have the shot to still get one of the guys we're really high on. So it's an interesting one.
So this pick is going to be going to Charlotte, right?
Oh, wow.
From the Mark Williams trade. So Charlotte took Con Knippel at number 4. What direction do we think that they go here? Because this is a bit of a wild card. Them getting this second pick.
Well, Jace Richardson's off the board, so I have no idea who they're going to pick.
Oh, Nick. It's going to.
Oh no, that's
Charlotte.
right. It's Charlotte, of course. Yeah,
Nick, I love the Suns joke.
If only it was
a late night. It's okay.
I'm so tired, guys.
Nick Clifford.
Oh,
D.
God,
Clifford.
no.
That's all you got to think.
Yeah.
Corey, what would you do here? What names did you think come into the conversation? I mean, is this a Liam one?
Yeah, I mean, again, Liam's highest on my board. Fleming would be pretty interesting as well. I kind of like the defensive tenacity he might bring at the 4/5 spot. I think that'd be interesting. But I Liam to me is the guy. I mean, he's 6'8". Theoretically, as a shooter, if you want somebody who is going to be able to set you up, like you have LaMelo Ball who's a good passer, you have Brandon Miller who's a good passer, Con Knipple is a good passer. We talked about how they were targeting a guy like Dalton Connect earlier this season in trade, and you got Con Knipple. Why not try to see if you can have all these really great passers set up Liam McNeely, and now you get another potential floor spacer. And all of a sudden, you're really, really big on the perimeter with LaMelo, Liam, Con, Brandon Miller. Like, that's a lot of height, a lot of size. And again, you're getting a guy who's really competitive. I don't think Liam's competitiveness gets enough credit. This is a guy who it just plays hard all the time. And just he's going to be the guy who's not afraid of the big moments, has had big moments this year, and was just in a tough spot. So to me, that's the guy I think they should be targeting right now.
I mean, Liam is second highest on my board. The highest on my board is the guy who I would target, which is Rasheer Fleming. I mean, he's not a center, but given that they just traded away Mark Williams, it's nice to get someone who can play multiple positions and has a 7'7" wingspan at 6'9", something. Just insane length, and I think he could make a lot of sense there. But pick is in, so let's hear.
And it is Liam McNeely.
There we go.
Hey, this is a big night for Hornets fans. This is a really nice haul. I think you're spot on, Corey. Now you're getting some firepower and some toughness on this team. I don't care what their direction is going to go with LaMelo Ball. I'm just saying right now, like, you're adding guys like McNeely, guys like Con. They got a couple picks in the second round too. I think this is a good one. And then you have those guys with Brandon Miller. Like, now you're getting floor spacing feel guys with toughness. I think this is a fantastic pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, we knew Liam was a potential slide down the board guy. I don't think that most people had him falling to the second round, and he doesn't here. But for Charlotte, you got to be feeling real good about yourself, knowing that there's probably a couple of guys on your board that you're targeting in this trade. And to get a guy like Liam, who, again, this is a guy who was McDonald's All-American, Jordan Brand Classic, blue chip kind of prospect with a beautiful shooting stroke at 6'8", just had himself a tough year at UConn in a role in which, he was forced and asked to do more than he was really capable of. But he's tough. He plays hard. He competes. You need culture guys. I think the new front office, the new coaching staff is obviously valuing that kind of culture. I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but getting professionals in the door is something that was important. And I think they've done it with McNeely here. So, I mean, the Clippers now are going to be on the clock to round out this first round. What are you thinking, Nick? What did the Clippers need?
I'm not sure what the Clippers need is the most honest answer that I can give. I mean, this is a team that dramatically exceeded expectations, especially in the second half of the season. I didn't want to, not to say that James Harden was done, but I did not think that he still had this kind of year in him. I mean, there have been, links to various bigs for the Clippers. I think that's a reasonable pickup, but given the year Ivica Zubac's just had, it's not like they have a desperate need at center. I mean, I might look for just another wing piece if I were the Clippers, someone who can shoot, someone who can, potentially play off the stars that they still have on the roster. I mean, again, the backup big sort of thing makes sense, but if I were the Clippers, there are enough good wings on the board that I would be looking in that direction.
What about a guy like Kobe Bryant here?
I love it. I mean, this is exactly where I have him on my board, so I'd be more than happy with that. Just absolutely electric shooter, better with the ball in his hands than you might think. Defense has, room to grow, but given the defensive identity the Clippers put together this past season, just having someone who's got his size at 6'7", who can be part of a defensive rotation rather than someone you're leaning on defensively, and you add, again, one of the best shooters in the history of college basketball, I think that makes all the sense in the world.
Rucker, what kind of direction do you think the Clippers are going to go here?
I think they got to get back. You got to get back to getting some guys that could contribute early on. I know they like to get these rosters where it's like, hey, you got a lot of vets and tough players that have been around the league for a while, but it's like you got to get some guys that you could think can get on the court. I think the Brea one's a little bit of a good shout out. Corey, I have to let you know your boy McNeely was choking up, so I'm convinced this is going to be a slam dunk pick. I wanted to bring up, I forgot about McNeely. I talked to an exec last night, and he finally asked me, he's like, "What do you think about McNeely?" I was like, he's like, "That's my guy." He said he's going to shock people. If you watched him in high school, that was not the player you saw last year. He's going to surprise some people. So I think that's a great pick for Charlotte. I think Fleming here to the Clippers would be a home run for them, the type of player they need, some toughness, some length. It's funny because when I like players for the Clippers, then I'm like, are they ever going to play there? Or are they just going to be, Kobe Brown and guys like that, where it's like, you just can't crack the lineup? But maybe Kalkbrenner, maybe Yannick Konen-Niederhauser has been a name we've been hearing there a lot. Maybe you get a big behind Zubac. Maybe Fleming's someone you could be a 3-and-D guy. I don't know. So a couple different routes they could go, but I like your shout out on like getting the floor spacing guy, catch and shoot guy. Someone like Kobe Bryant could be a sneaky little ad there.
Are there any point guards, do you think, that are available right now? Their point guard depth, obviously they have James Harden, who's going to do the bulk of the ball handling. Chris Dunn had a little bit of a resurgence, but not really a true kind of set the table kind of point guard. Patty Mills, getting up there in age. Are there any kind of value guards that you think the Clippers might be interested in here?
I like Cam Jones a little bit. I don't know if his range has been a little bit quiet. I don't know if at 30 he would be kind of realistic, but that's just one of the guys I like a lot. Think you could talk like a Javon Small or an Elijah Martin, maybe.
Yeah, I like both of those names.
I think those are, Elijah Martin's probably someone that would fit in very well with that Clippers culture, that roster, because just the toughness, the intangibles. I've heard good things about his interviews. And I think Small for the same reason. So I like those names a lot. Trying to look at my board here. I feel like if you get to some other ranges, you might be kind of swinging a little bit. So any names for you, Corey or Nick?
I wonder if Adou Thiero could be interesting here. I mean, obviously the shooting is not there, but especially given the defensive identity they've formed, Thiero is a ridiculous athlete. He showed a lot more with the ball in his hands this year than I think anyone was expecting. I mean, I don't think anyone would have bet on Adou Thiero being Arkansas's leading scorer heading into the season. So, I mean, I think the offensive game, obviously outside of the shot, which is a ways away if it ever happens, but everything else I think makes a ton of sense for the Clippers to take a swing on here.
I like the Thiero shout out. I mean, probably the most athletic wing in the class, it's just an absolute physical force freak with good measurements. The shot's tough.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen.
Really tough.
It's just not going to happen.
But the pick is in, so we are not going to hypothesize much longer. Adam Silver is on his way to the podium, so let's see what he's got for us. It is Yannick.
Wow.
I mean, we've been hearing that for a while, so I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm a bit surprised given who else is on the board, but this is something we've been hearing for a while, so it's not exactly out of left field at this point.
Yannick suit strong.
He went
Strong for a big man.
He really went for it.
Yeah, not bad.
Good for you. Not bad, buddy. Oh my gosh, that's the coolest fact ever. First round pick in Penn State history. That's pretty cool.
Wow.
That's insane.
It's really insane.
Football school.
Yeah.
Football school.
You'd think one of the tight ends on the Penn State roster would have been good enough at basketball to get drafted.
I get it. I think, Yannick's been one of the coolest risers throughout the pre-draft process with kind of like making plenty of steam. I'm pumped we had him there in our mock, but I think this makes a lot of sense to give you some insurance, some depth behind Zubac.
I mean, Rucker, you mentioned it earlier, right? I'm not sure who of these picks is going to play for the Clippers. Of the positions that were likely to get playing time for the Clippers, backup center was the easiest one to see. And, maybe that's not the biggest swing you could taking a backup center here. But, I mean, Yannick Nienhuiser has all the athletic tools you would want. He has been a big riser, in the last couple of weeks, couple months. It certainly he is more likely to get playing time than a lot of other players they could have chosen here.
Yeah. I think this makes a lot of sense if you're trying to look for a little bit of upside still. I like Reynaud and Kalkbrenner. You could say like, hey, how would that have fit really with the Clippers if you're looking for a backup big? And Yannick might just be one of those like, hey, athletic guys that we still feel like we can kind of develop a little bit with his game. I get it. With bigs, I feel like you got to have a little bit of like your own flavor of what you're looking for. I don't know. I probably would have loved Kalkbrenner there, but
yeah, I mean, I think I also would have gone that direction, but this feels very Daniel Gafford development trajectory to me. Like he does have a little bit of meat on his bone, so he's not this like super skinny, scrawny guy, super athletic. I wish he played harder all the time. Is my thing.
It's my favorite evaluation thing to write down when I'm scouting. Wish he played harder.
There are times where it just seems like he's just hanging. He's just seeing what's going on, watching the game. He's got, better than courtside seats. What's better than being courtside? Watching from the paint. But he has some emphatic finishes around the rim, some emphatic rim protection flashes, and he's a guy who performed well during the pre-draft process. And a lot of times, we see it that weighs more heavily in the eyes of scouts and front offices than maybe the actual games that we're seeing, watching all year long or for years in a lot of these older guys' cases. So, I mean, look, I think if you're just looking for a guy who's going to be able to play with James Harden and just catch lobs,
perfect.
This is your guy, right? This is your guy.
Yeah.
Any last second thoughts, guys?
What a draft.
What a draft. What a first round.
Wow. We got one more tomorrow. One more tomorrow, y'all.
Yeah, but tomorrow will be a fun one. I'm excited for tomorrow's Sicko Day. We love Sicko Day. Any last thoughts? What do you guys got?
I just saw the trade return for Nick Clifford, and it's a 2027 first round pick that's protected. And just as soon as I saw protected, I was like, great, excellent trade for the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, so they didn't pull a Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver and give away one of the most valuable picks?
Cool.
I mean, come on. Cool. It's not like the Kings specifically have not done exactly that many, many times in the history of the Kings.
I like that pick a lot. I like that move a lot. I think that was smart
fantastic.
by them.
Again, as soon as I saw the words protected, I was like, great, this is an amazing trade.
A lot of stuff that we predicted, a lot of unpredictable things that happened during the draft, as drafts usually do. A lot of chaos. It's our favorite night of the year. I hope tomorrow, I think my parting thought is, I hope that the NBA has figured out how to not make the studio look like an abandoned diner.
While we're at that,
that's the vibes I got last year.
While we're at that, I will, if someone's like, hey, you need to write a letter every week to the NBA to get this changed, can we please change the stupid you have to wear the hat of the old team?
Yeah.
It's dumb.
It's been dumb for decades. And I hate it for so many different reasons, but I hate it especially for the players themselves. It's like, this is the biggest night of quite a few of these people's lives. And every single photograph that they have is just going to be wrong for the rest of their lives. And it's such an easy fix. All you have to do is stop pretending that the trades aren't real until the league year starts and put on the right hat.
Yeah.
It's such an easy fix.
It is. And they'll probably cry themselves to sleep with all of their money. So not the worst night for them. There's a lot of
You're not wrong, but I mean, come on.
A lot of tough stuff going on in the world. I'm with you though. They the hat thing. Also, NBA. Maybe let us design the hat.
Yeah,
Huh.
just a thought. Just a thought.
Let us design it. Anyway, guys, thank you to everybody who has watched in the chat one last time. Please, if you haven't, if you're on the YouTube stream, make sure you like, subscribe, throw us a follow wherever you're watching this. Shout out to the entire team. I want to say thank you to everybody. I know we have one more night in this cycle, but I want to say thank you to everybody who has rocked with us all year long. And then thank you to the entire No Ceiling staff, who I think is, this year has done, the best work that we've ever done. And without all of the people who are consuming all that content, we probably couldn't have the willpower to power on day after day after day. So thank you to everybody. We will be back, same place, same time tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, to preview the second round, react to the first round a little bit more with a night of sleep, and to break down the sicko talk in round 2. So, fellas, any parting words?
No, you did the mic drop with the
That was
quote.
perfect.
I can't do any better than that.
Yeah, that was great. Let's just
All
leave it
right.
at that.
We love you all.